Members of the committee, we are now live.
Okay, in that case, we'll call this meeting of the committee of the whole to order. I would ask everyone to rise as you are able for the reading of the invocation. We come together today. We recognize the great responsibilities laid upon us. Our council will always strive to understand the needs of the people we serve and to use power wisely and well. Our purpose is to establish and maintain a city of prosperity and righteousness where freedom prevails and where justice rules. Let us not forget those who served our community and who are no longer with us, so that we may continue to do the work that we must in their memory. Thank you. Be seated. Now, be gentle on me. It's the first time I've chaired the committee of the whole in 3 years. So if the clerk would call the roll now, I'd appreciate it.
Through the chair, roll call has been taken.
Oh, okay. I would like to remind the committee and our viewing public of a few procedural rules that are for our virtual meetings in operating as efficiently as possible. All members will be muted for the meeting to reduce feedback. All web cameras for committee members shall be turned on. Staff will be requested to join the video meeting should the need to answer questions of members of the committee arise. Any member of the committee should indicate they wish to speak by pressing the raised hand button on their screen. City staff will lower the hand when you have been recognized by the chair for your speaking opportunity. In the event a connection service interruption occurs that affects quorum of the committee, we may recess the meeting for up to 15 minutes to regain quorum. If quorum is not achieved, the meeting will be adjourned. Are there any declarations of conflict of interest? Okay, seeing none. We have 3 items that are automatically separated. Item 6.1.1 is there's a presentation. 6.1.3 is there is a delegation. 6.1.13 is there is an amendment. And item 6.1.7 as there is an amendment. Now, is there anybody who wish to make any other separations? Mayor Davis.
Yeah, 6.1.5, that's the security report. And 6.2.3, that's the community service report.
Okay, Councilor Vanderstelt.
Thank you, Chair Martin. 6.1.6, sir, please.
Okay, Councilor Weaver.
6.1.4, please.
And Councilor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 6.1.9, please.
Councilor Sluss.
Yes, thank you. I just checking that 6.1.7. Did you separate that, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, that's one that's automatically separated.
Okay, appreciate it. Thank you. Yep.
Okay. Any other separations? Okay, seeing none. Let's advance this here. Councilor McCurry, can you please bring forward the motion to approve all items for consideration and consent not separated for discussion purposes?
Mr. Chair, thank you. It's moved by me, seconded by Councilor Vanderstelt, that all items contained for consideration, consent, 6.1 and 6.2, not separated for discussion purposes, be approved.
Okay, and I'll call the vote on all items not separated for discussion purpose. So I would ask the deputy clerk to please read the titles of all items that are subject to the vote and then proceed with the vote.
Through the chair, the following items are subject to the vote. Item 6.1.2, Museum Sustainability Plan Implementation Progress Update. Item 6.1.8, Fire Route on Private Property, 77 Diana Avenue. Item 6.1.10, Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan, Draft Priorities. Item 6.1.11, Kids Ride Free Program. Item 6.1.12, Power of Attorney Resources and Information for Seniors. Item 6.2.2, 2020 Council and Committee Attendance Report. Item 6.2.4, 2020 Annual Summer Report for the City of Brantford Water System, and the minutes. Through the chair, we're just waiting for Mayor Davis, Councillor Weaver, and Councillor Antosky to cast their votes. All items not separated for discussion purposes carries unanimously on recorded votes. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows: Councillors Vanderstelt, Celeste, Marn, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, with that, we have two delegations on tonight's agenda. Please note delegations will have 10 minutes inclusive of questions of members. In keeping with City of Brantford procedural bylaw section 15.6.2, please ensure that all comments are directly related to the matter before the committee. I would ask Samantha Harold from Days Inn Brantford to come forward to speak to item 6.1.3, proposed regulations for short-term rental accommodations. Please note you have 10 minutes for your remarks, inclusive of questions from members. If you'd like to introduce yourself and begin, Samantha.
Thank you. Sorry, it was rejoining me, so I took a moment.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you so much. I'm new to the Zoom meeting, so. All right. Yes, so my name is Samantha Harold, and I am the Assistant General Manager of the Days Inn in Brantford. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to listen to my thoughts on regulating short-term rentals. I've managed the Days Inn Brantford for 5 years now, and I've worked in the hospitality industry for 10 years. Short-term rentals are really affecting hotels more and more every year. I've worked in multiple cities in Ontario, and I do know that they have an impact on each and every city. Many cities have taken steps towards regulating or licensing these businesses, as you can see from the report, and I'm very happy to see that Brantford is beginning to do the same. According to the report, the recommendation is that we enforce a registration process and a $50 annual fee to short-term rentals, and then revisit the idea of licensing in 2023. This will allow the city time to research further before initiating the license program. The report that you're going to be reviewing notes that the staff believe that there are to be 50 listings in the Brantford area. Now, I did go on Airbnb this morning and search listings available for Brantford and the surrounding area for tomorrow, March 3rd, and I found 188 listings available. Now that's a pretty big difference from what was noted in the report. Could have been taken on a different day or a different time or something along those lines, but it was a bit of a difference. So I just want to make sure everyone is aware that this is a really large sector that hotels are trying to compete with. We're not just talking about a couple of homes here and there. We're talking about hundreds. Now, if we were to enforce a short-term rental license, not all short-term rentals are going to follow the guidelines and may end up closing down, which potentially could be a good thing. Having hundreds of extra beds available in Brantford, Brant County, when the current hotels and motels are already struggling to even reach 30% occupancy, it's just not necessary. Brantford hotels have not hit capacity since 2018, so it's been a long time since we've been a full city. We have enough hotels and we don't need hundreds of more options for beds. So a few of them closing down because they can't meet the requirements is not necessarily a bad thing. Now, I want to mention that I'm not saying that short-term rentals shouldn't be allowed. Any and all business into Brantford is good. I understand completely that Airbnb speaks to a specific clientele and it has become very popular around the world. And we don't want to be one of the only cities that doesn't have that. So I'm just saying that I do think that they should be expected to benefit our economic development in a positive way, just as the hotels and motels do. If they're going to reap the benefits of renting accommodation space, then they do need to follow the same guidelines and incur all of the same fees. The report does also state, and this is a direct quote, that at this time, the current staff within the licensing division of the Clerk Services Department does not have the capacity to take on a new program. Many new licensing programs such as taxi regulations, payday loans, hotel and motel, and clothing donation bins have been added over the past years with no additional staffing supports to correspond with those additions. So as you can see, one of the reasons being brought to the table as to why we wouldn't move forward right away is because we don't have the resources to, which is very upsetting, but it's not something that I think is a complete end all be all reason. You will notice that in that list I just mentioned, the hotel and motel licensing is there. So in 2019, hotel motel business license was rolled out, and all hotels and motels had to provide a list of inspections on top of a $631 fee. And this is the annual fee. Some of these inspections included an electrical inspection, which could potentially, depending on the size of the building, be anywhere from $800 to $2,000. Inspections from the building department, health department, fire department, etc. The clerk's department certainly did have the resources to enforce this new license. And so many businesses are included in the list of licensing programs that we did have the staffing to do. So I'm just curious as to why this one's any different. We're suffering and losing business because we don't have enough staff in the clerk's department, which is something that I do think should be rectified. All of the hotels and motels do believe that in the same hope for the equality within our city when it comes to business running. If we have to pay for these inspections, follow specific guidelines, and prove ourselves worthy to providing a safe and healthy environment for people to come and stay in Brantford, then short-term rentals really should be asked to do the same thing. As I mentioned, the reality is that short-term rentals or Airbnbs are not all going to get the required license. They are not going to want the burden of getting yearly inspections from the health unit and the fire department and all other obligations that hotel and motel owners currently have to abide by. Right now, renting a space is basically a free-for-all. Anyone can just open their door and make some extra money. Many of these places, I'm sure, are not up to the health and safety requirements that a rental space should be. An example is who's ensuring that the home has proper fire exit strategies or proper smoke alarms or CO2 detectors. There's really no accountability right now. This is why Airbnbs can rent their space for such a low price. They have no overhead costs at all. Even the tax rate they pay is substantially lower than the 13% that hotels currently have to pay. I just had an experience just last week where I lost the business of a construction company because they found 2 houses that they could rent out for $1,000 a month through an Airbnb. No contract, no lease, nothing like that. And that's obviously something that's very difficult for a hotel to compete with. I do also want to mention that the short-term rentals are not only taking business from hotels and motels, they are also taking business from restaurants. Those construction workers I mentioned are now going to make all of their meals at the house. They won't be going to restaurants or ordering meals from a local caterer, anything like that. And Brantford, as we all know, has so many different dining options that it's really going to affect them as well. We need to see that the hospitality industry as a whole is what's taking a hit by these short-term rentals. Now, one more thing I did want to mention is that the licensing of short-term rentals, I do think it's going to have a more of an impact than just enforcing laws onto those businesses. I'm sure everyone's aware that there are lots of people that are renting spaces in their homes. Whether it follows the bylaws or not, I'm not sure, but they're basically just renting rooms out, and could be their basement, could be a home for cash. It could be just students or other citizens of the community. I think that enforcing this order is going to show them that the city is not going to tolerate finding loopholes and finding ways around paying what needs to be paid to the city to operate a business. It's going to show them that we all believe in fair play and equality between all businesses. If somebody wants to continue to rent their rooms to multiple students for cash, maybe this time they'll consider that the city will start enforcing rules on them as well. I truly believe that enforcing licensing of short-term rentals is simply a step in the right direction. Waiting 2 years is definitely an option, but it's really just going to delay the inevitable process. I think that's pretty much everything. So thank you so much, everybody, for listening to what I have to say. I do hope that we begin the process of enforcing licensing onto short-term rentals in Brantford right away. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, we have some time left and there's a few questions. So if you want to stick around, Mary Davis, you're first in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. And Samantha, I love your cat. Seems to be a very affectionate pet.
I'm so sorry. He literally decided that he wanted to be a part of the meeting.
Oh, that's great. So the approach that's being recommended to us is kind of a go slow for the first year or two. Just have really a registration system, get a lot of information, data, who's in this, impacts, and then after 2 years, look at something more detailed, doing something similar to what other municipalities have done, 28-day limit, fee to the company, that sort of thing. So do you support that approach? Do you think that has merit? And if not, what do you think we should do?
No, I do most certainly think that that has merit. And if that's the option that everybody feels that we should go in, I do agree, because I still think it's a step in the right direction. I think my fear is just that you know, by the time we get to that, whether it will happen or not, I don't know. And I do believe that collecting data is always a good thing. It's always good to know exactly what you're, you know, what you're moving forward towards. But I mean, lots of other cities have done it, and it works out well. And like I said, I mean, Brantford right now, we have 7 hotels that are barely hitting 30% occupancy as a whole. So we are trying really hard to get any business. And I mean, 2 more years is just 2 more years of fighting for that business. As I mentioned, it's, you know, if that's the option that we're going to go in, it's definitely a better option than doing nothing. So I do think it's a very good idea, but I do also think there are a lot of reasons to move forward directly with that rather than waiting 2 years.
Great, thanks, Samantha.
Councillor Utley, did you change your mind?
My question was answered. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bye,
Okay.
Samantha.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for coming, Samantha. So if you had your way, you'd like us to have started enforcing this at the very least next year.
Yes, that would be ideal, because, and like I said, it is going to lower the amount of competition we have, because I know almost certainly that not all of those Airbnbs, I mean, like I said, I saw 188 just today that are available for tomorrow. So something last minute. There's potentially way more than that out there. And I don't think that they are all going to be able to afford what it costs to really run a business in a professional manner and have this licensing enforced on them. So it is going to help the businesses in Brantford that are following all the rules and all the legislation. It's going to help us not have as much of a competition.
So would you say we've got an obligation now that we know how many exist, that we should be making sure that they're existing properly and safely?
I do think so, because I mean, people are, you know, I understand that everybody's in a place right now where they're trying to save a little bit of money. So they are going to go with the most affordable option. And if those places are the most affordable because they're not safe, then, you know, nobody's going to win in that regard.
And not having to operate in a commercial establishment, they're in residential neighborhoods. Okay, thank you.
Exactly. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, thank you, Samantha.
Thank you very much.
Now I'd ask Danny Bawa and Fawad Khan from the Bawa Group to come forward and speak to item 6.1.3. And just a reminder, you have 10 minutes for your remarks, inclusive of questions from committee members. Gentlemen, the floor is yours. You're still muted. That's better.
Okay, go ahead. Good afternoon. My name is Fawad. I'm the general manager of Town Place Suites Brantford, and with me, Danny Baba is here. He's the owner of the Town Place Suites and Hampton Inn and Suites. So Hampton Inn is here for the last 10 years. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mayor Davis, and the councillors giving us the opportunity to share our viewpoint on this. So I'll start our points. So first, we do not recommend city to allow short-term rental until all the rules and regulations are set. For us, at this time, this is illegal to renting a house without proper regulations. To cover my point, first, I'll see the city implementing $50 only as a registration fees. City is expecting 2,500 in a year. This means 50 rental properties. Few of my points Samantha already shared. We are expecting 50 and we have more than 100 at this time. So in terms of planning and regulation, city is planning to start short-term rental accommodation. So for this purpose, we are using residential accommodation for business. Right now, we are not clear about rules and regulations. No proper pre-inspection of the houses at this time. Annual inspections planned for the different by the different departments. No clear guideline for the bylaws from different departments like health department, fire department, electric, plumbing, and all other departments. Police check any record of the people who are giving a house or who are staying in the house. Okay, what will be the negative impact? Like raise in the rental rates, crime may increase, human trafficking issues we are expecting, drug issues, residential area used for commercial activities, rights of the neighbors, no action taken at the time for the registration on the complaints and how the complaints will handle, like clear guidelines of complaints by the tenants or the house owners. And then main thing, we are doing all this and we'll get 2,500 city will get. Compared to this, when I'm comparing all these things with the hotels, first, all the hotels, we are bringing big chains to the Brantford city, spending millions to build the hotels and to do the business. We are paying all commercial taxes to the city. We are paying big dollars to the chains to keep their name in the Brantford. We are generating jobs for hundreds of families, like 7 hotels, hundreds of people and families. We are helping a lot of local businesses to grow in city. Those are linked with the hotels, helping tourism industry, helping sports team and all these industries. And everything is very well organized, coordinated, approved, linked, and a good communication between the hotels and all these departments, tourism, economic development, and all these concerned departments. When it comes to the hotels planning and regulation, like we hire staff with proper trainings, scrutiny, training, sometimes a lot of time police check, those who are giving service to these guests who are coming. Hotels are inspected on regular basis by the concerned departments. Our annual inspections are done by different departments, like health department, fire department, labor department, plumbing, and all these. We are linked with them and we are getting guidelines from them to run a smooth business. Then paying huge amount to keep the brand names. Then a lot of insurances of the hotels, hotel staff and hotel guests are involved in this. Most importantly, at this time, COVID is up. To handle the COVID and to minimize the issue, like we have a lot of guidelines from the city, from the health department, and from Hilton, Marriott, Holiday Inn, Best Western, all these head offices, they are giving us the guidelines and helping us, giving us the tools, training us online and all these things to minimize these issues. Are we able to handle all these in the houses when might be at one time, 2, 3 different guests are sharing the accommodation? Or one guest is staying and one is leaving. So between the guests, the cleaning protocols will be handled according to the guidelines. So when we see all these requirements, all these implementations for the hotels, and at the same time, there is nothing for all these houses to come into the business. What does it mean? Like life of a guest in a hotel is important than the life of a guest staying in a house. No, life is same important. It's equally important for both. So in the end, basically our recommendation is $50 is too less. $50 is nothing to start a business and to generate a revenue. After that, city will be getting nothing. $50 and then review after 2 years. It's mean for 2 years, we are doing an experiment on the state of all these businesses who are approved by the city, who has gone through all these process, spends millions of dollars, have a competitor who spent $50 and a house and in a business. So we are putting on stake a lot of businesses and employment and all these things. So this will give a very negative financial impact. As Samantha mentions, like when we are seeing our report every week, the city occupancy is not more than 25% at this time. A lot of staff is laid off. They are sitting in their houses waiting for their jobs to come back to the work. Either they are on EI, they are getting some support, financial support from government, or not getting some support, like, okay, they are still waiting. Then all the departments, are they ready once we launch this? Are they ready to get all this workload, like in fire department, health department, labor department, all these other departments, are they ready to inspect all these houses at the same time, like going 180 houses and then making checks and balance? When the house owners, they are not trained, they are not meant for this business. The only thing they have is one empty room with some furniture in their house. That's all. That's what they need to start this business, to compete all these other where we have to set some standards. How they will be handling the complaints? Are the city ready to handle the complaints between the tenant, like short-term rental, and the house owner? What type of complaints? Type of complaints from the neighbors, especially when we are doing business in the residential areas. And the COVID-19 protocols handling, how they will handle at this time. So I think we should, before we start this process and regulation, all these, we should review our all the process, and we should not rush to start and then review after 2 years. I think that time is a lot to review, because if there is some points missing, we have to pay a big price. Yes, a lot of cities have started, they have gone through this process, but that does not mean that we should make decision in rush. We should make our basis strong, and then we should go in right direction. Because starting Airbnb and other, we are putting a lot of things on stake. Anything you would like to add?
Yes, hi. I want to say is that, you know, if you guys want to get a $50 as a registration fee and take 2 years to process the whole thing, how we're going to operate these Airbnbs, let's not, so get the registration fee and let the houses not to rent until 2 years, until city is ready with all the rules and regulations. Now, the other part is developers and the hotel owners spend $20 million on each hotel and create hundreds of jobs and pay commercial mortgages, pay commercial property taxes. And there's a whole, the whole circle is running. Anybody can buy a $300,000 house and start operating 2 rooms, 3 rooms as Airbnb. There is no life safety in there. Anybody, you know, it's a crime ratio will go up in the city. What kind of a security they have on a door while the homeowner is staying in that same house, and anybody can rent a room, and what about what's the safety overnight for that guest coming into the city of Brantford? Is our police is ready to handle all these complaints? At least in the hotels, we have a fire protected doors. If there's a fire in that house, do we have enough fire trucks to go over all these 180 houses? You know, there's a sprinklers in the commercial buildings. There's a whole building department has very strict rules when you build these buildings. Is the houses doing the same thing? No. Thank you.
Councillor Utley, you're first up with questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Danny Fawad, we've been talking about this for close to a year now, so it's
Thank you.
It's good to see you both. I know you're frustrated. Do you think Airbnb should be paying more to the communities in which they operate?
I think first of all, there should be HST on that. If you're renting a commercial, that's the first thing. And the second thing is, if somebody wants to operate Airbnb in their houses, there should be a commercial property tax. I think the city is losing a lot of property tax on that. And like Samantha said, all these hotels, so roughly I'm saying if average hotel is 100 rooms, so right now we have only 30 rooms occupied. We have 700 rooms empty in the city on a daily basis. And there is 180 houses are being rented on a daily basis, where they're only built for the people, for the families to stay. And if Airbnb gonna go ahead and continue renting the rooms like that, we have to close the hotels. So city gonna have empty hotels where all these people will be laid off. Airbnb is not creating any jobs. They're not creating any jobs.
Danny, what would you think the reaction would be if we over-regulated Airbnb?
I think
Airbnb operators.
I think the people will have to stay in the hotels then, and with like any other city, where they are protected overnight, where the life safety is protected, right? And there's proper business. Like how would I feel that if my neighbor have a different guest coming into their house every day? Is my kids are safe? There's a new neighbor coming into my next door every damn day. And you know what? Nobody is watching what this guy is doing when he's renting a whole house or a room. Nobody is taking any measures. Is my kids are safe? Is our neighborhoods are safe? What God knows what they're doing.
Because in your document, it's mentioned like 80% of houses when the owner is not also in the house. So then we don't know how many guests are staying, who is coming, who is going, what is the traffic to that house. And a lot of houses, like they don't have their fences, they're sharing their backyard and kids are playing there. So as you mentioned, like certainly we have to go through the rules and regulations, set guideline. And if city wants to generate some business, then city should get some revenue, not the 2,500 by the end of the year, out of this whole exercise, engagement of these staff, government departments, and all these.
And you know what I think let's not rush. Let's take city wants to take 2 years, collect all the data. Let's collect all the data. Then we open Airbnb. Once we know what we're going in for, let's then open the Airbnb. Don't wait for 2 years and while Airbnb is rushing and while the hotels are going to be closing down. Because we
Okay,
cannot survive at 30% of
you've exceeded your 10 minutes now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your
Thanks,
presentation.
guys.
So now committee will consider items that were separated for discussion. Councillor Antosky, I believe you have the resolution.
I do. Thank you, Chair Martin. That all items for consideration consent 6.1 and 6.2 separated for discussion purposes be approved. Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Carpenter.
Okay, thank you. First item consideration will be 6.1.3, proposed regulations for short-term rental accommodations, as there was a delegation. Do we have a staff presentation on this item, or?
Councillor, there is no staff present.
Okay.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, there's no staff presentation. It's just a report on this.
Thank you. Is there any questions or comments from members of council? Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what staff is proposing is a soft start to this. I think in my opinion, if we overregulate, we'll force these operators underground. And there's probably, Samantha mentioned 180 in the city and county, and there could be way more that we don't know about. So it's a big unknown. So I think the key thing at this point is to try something with a soft start and review it in a year after we collect data. And I think there's another part of this that the province needs to be involved in offering some provincial support in regulations for Uber, Airbnb and Uber operators. So I'll leave it at that. And it's a very difficult situation for the hotel operators, no doubt. And I'm sure the people that are using their homes for hotels are most likely struggling for a few bucks as well. Thank you.
Okay, Mayor Davis, you're next.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. So kind of a comment and then a question of staff. So, I mean, one thing that the delegations didn't mention, which is often talked about, is that if you end up with too many Airbnbs, you're taking rental units out of the rental market at a time when there's, some scarcity, and we know that from increasing rents. And so that's another consideration. But, we've had some input from the Chamber of Commerce. They basically say, allow it because it meets consumer demand, but regulate it. The Hotel Association said to us that basically consider regulation. And the Ontario Restaurant Hotel Motel Association basically said the same thing. They don't say prohibit it. But so first question to staff, there wasn't a request or a suggestion we should ban or prohibit Airbnbs. Is that possible? How would you do that?
Through the chair to Mayor Davis, we don't believe it's possible to completely ban Airbnbs outright. And again, sort of further to Councillor Utley's comment, it does sort of force more underground business. So again, that's why we were recommending the soft start.
Did you consider doing a soft start that had a little bit more than just a soft start? So for example, Toronto has done something, it has to be your principal residence, meaning you live there at least 180 days. I think Toronto also did a 28-day limit on rentals. They also impose a $5,000 fee on the company and then a nightly charge. And then I believe Niagara-on-the-Lake focused on fire safety, that sort of thing. Did you consider recommending to us maybe a very simple restriction, such as maybe it's a 28-day rental, which is pretty simple, or something about the principal resident exemption? So something that wouldn't require a great deal of effort on behalf of staff producing a lot of regulations and enforcement mechanism. Did you consider that?
Yes, absolutely. Through the chair to Mayor Davis. So we would, as part of the registration process, look at the terms and conditions of someone applying to that registration. So everything would be handled online. They would agree to the terms and conditions. My rental is 28 days or less, that sort of thing. So we would cover as much as we could within a bylaw that is maybe similar to our group home registration bylaw. So there's still actually something there. But it's not a full-fledged licensing program yet, if that makes sense.
So is the idea then you're bringing a bylaw to us and there may be something like that in it, and then a year or two from now you're coming back with a more detailed recommendation? Is that the timeline you're presenting to us?
Yes, that is correct. And thank you through the chair, sorry, to Mayor Davis. Just a point about the 2-year timeframe is that, as we all know, the municipal election is in 2022. So our licensing team actually transitions over to an election team. So we try and hold off on projects and reports until before or after. So that's sort of why we're suggesting the 2-year timeframe now. Normally it would be about a year.
So my last question, keep under 4. So you're going to bring a bylaw back to us, which I assume would be later this spring. Do you need any direction from us as to what might be considered in the bylaw, say principal residence or 28 days, or what do you have in mind?
Through the chair to Mayor Davis, yeah, certainly we would, I'm going to pass it over to Alexandra Mathers just to talk about the zoning piece that would have to occur before we bring something back to you, if that's okay.
Thank you. Through the chair to Mayor Davis. There is opportunities to regulate short-term accommodations through the zoning bylaw, and including, as your comments, 28-day regulations, primary residence, that can be addressed through a zoning bylaw amendment. That is what planning staff is currently working on, an amendment application in order to address short-term accommodations in the City of Brantford, as well as define them and bring it forward to council at a later date. But yes, it is possible. Other municipalities, as you mentioned, the City of Toronto have gone forward with that method.
Sorry, Councillor Van Tilburg, you're next on the list.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions for staff. What is a bed and breakfast? And are bed and breakfasts regulated?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Tilburg, I'll take a stab at this, and then if Alexandra wants to pop in. So bed and breakfasts are currently regulated, and they are defined within the zoning bylaw.
What
So
is, okay, that would be just enough.
okay, thank you.
What is the difference then between something that calls themselves an air bed and breakfast, B&B, versus a bed and breakfast?
Through the chair, there may be no difference. They may operate similarly. And traditional B&B may have someone on site. An Airbnb may have someone on site as well. So it just really depends. And I think part of zoning, a review of zoning would look at the traditional Airbnb or the traditional bed and breakfast versus the Airbnb and whether they become one and the same, or something to that effect.
Why would they not become one and the same?
Through the chair, I think it would just be updating the zoning bylaw to reflect that Airbnbs would be permitted. So it's probably just some language change.
Airbnb is just a name, is it not? And they're still doing the same function, so shouldn't they be regulated already now under the bed and breakfast?
Through the chair, just from a zoning perspective and to discuss that, bed and breakfast establishments, for your information, are defined as a dwelling unit occupied as the principal residence of a person's in which temporary accommodations is made available to the members of traveling public and which meals may be served to those persons. So with that, in the zoning bylaw under section 6.16, we do have regulations regarding how bed and breakfasts can function.
Then would they not be in violation of our current regulations if they're not registered or not a principal residence?
Through the chair, that would have to be looked at with our building department staff to just ensure if that would be the case. Currently, it is kind of seen as a different use, and many municipalities.
Who kind of sees it as a different use? Because I don't. I see it as a bed and breakfast, advertised as a bed and breakfast with a different marketing mechanism and a different point of delivery where they use a cell phone in registration.
Through the chair, if I may, Joe Muno, Manager of Development Planning. So as both Ms. Binkley and Ms. Mathers has already indicated, there's been a lot of work in terms of collaborating with our individual divisions as well as the building department. And with respect to bed and breakfast, through the chair to Councillor Van Tilburg, that is defined much differently in terms of some of those other specific regulations, as it caters in a different way. So the chief building official has taken a different interpretation of what a bed and breakfast actually is versus how that marketing and how an Airbnb or something similar to that,
Could you explain that difference to me, please?
Pardon?
Could you explain that difference to me?
Well, I think from our discussions, and maybe Ms. Mathers can correct me, those discussions was we want to add a little bit less ambiguity. We want it to be clear because the building department can in fact be challenged. So I think in part of what we're in working with licensing for is that we in planning work towards a zoning bylaw amendment to clarify that ambiguity.
Okay, what is the ambiguity?
In terms of being challenged in any type of situation, and what has been happening is not very popular. Sorry.
Yeah, I think I understand. So it's not what we currently have. It's the threat of what the organization, the main Airbnb, through their litigation, might do to challenge our current laws and say we are allowed under, and you don't have anything to defend ourselves with. Would that be possibly the proper interpretation of what you're trying to do, protect ourselves?
I think through the chair to Councillor Van Tilburg, I think you've understood what I'm trying to say here, and
I do, and I now I get it, because I've had a different understanding of what I thought it was. My
Hey,
major.
Councillor, your time is up. Would you like to be put back on the list?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Councillor McCurry, you're next.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think it's important that we proceed with this, and I think staff have laid out a pretty good work plan to make sure that this happens. When you listen to Danny and Fawad, I think they make an excellent point about the contributions of the hotel industry to the city of Brantford, and also about the concerns that they and we should have about this type of thing proliferating in the city of Brantford. I think there's already a foothold here by a number of organizations, but I think what city staff are speaking to is going to address some of the concerns. One of them, of course, as the mayor mentioned, is the loss of full-time rental units from the mix. As we are attempting to implement affordable housing, it's coming out the back end. So I think it's important that we determine a plan for regulation of Airbnbs and similar operations. And it'll be interesting to see what the bylaw looks like when it comes back, whether we choose to place limits on the number that we can have in the city of Brantford, like we do with some other organizations, might not be a bad idea. And I tend to agree with Danny that it'd be nice if we could accomplish this in less than 2 years, but then when one hears what the licensing staff are saying about their dedication to the municipal election, that's just not going to happen in a reasonable way. So I'll be supporting this tonight and hope everybody else will as well.
Thank you. Councillor Carpenter, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and you're doing a fine job. I just wanted to say, echo the same comments. I think this is about time that we get on with this. The concern is where the licenses are going to take place. Currently, the zoning is paramount. We have zoning for group homes. We've had individuals violate the group home bylaw, and we've had to close them down. We've done that in the past, and then we've allowed Airbnbs to stay open. So we've really got to take a close look at what we're doing and be consistent. And that's what staff. And I'm really want to make sure that the zoning, we have some consultation. I would hate for people to wake up tomorrow morning, and all of a sudden find out there's a group home next door, which is really a short-term rental. Whether someone says it's Airbnb, call it whatever you want to call it, and do the short-term rentals. And some landlords may find that to be very financially beneficial to have short-term rentals and get outside of the Landlord and Tenants Act and just have a short-term rentals ongoing. We brought Councillor Natowski and I pushed forward to have the hotel licensing bylaw in place to stop the hotels from doing what is long-term rentals instead of hotel operations that they're supposed to be doing, and to make sure that they're safe. So now that we've mentioned this, and we know there's 188 operating in the city of Brantford or Brant, we should be working with the county as well on this issue and making sure that we've got some regulations to make sure that if people are using them, they're using them safely, that they have fire extinguishers in them, that they are safe. It'd be nice if we could do that with some of the apartments, but we need to do that with businesses. Then we got businesses that are operating in a commercial fashion in a residential neighborhood, not paying any commercial taxes and not having any zoning for commercial licensing. So there's a lot of questions to answer here. And I think staff has sort of laid down what they can do now in the short term. Done a good job here putting together the first blush of a program. I agree with Councilor McCurry. We need to get on with this and do this as soon as possible. I don't necessarily agree with the Chamber of Commerce's philosophy. Well, they're serving a need for the businesses, just and that's the whole idea of regulation, is that it provides for a level playing field so everybody can operate and safely and responsibly. So I'll support this tonight, but I'm with the same with the rest of the public. I'd like to see this done tomorrow, but we can only do what we can do. But I'm glad staff have done as much as they're doing here, and within 2 years we'll have something solid that we can defend. It'd be nice if we were doing this right across the province with the provincial government's blessing, and with maybe the large mayors. I know the large mayors caucus has been working on this. We should be able to find a way to make sure that we protect all our cities properly and give everybody a fair playing field. Thank you. And safe neighborhoods.
Thank you, Councillor Carpenter. Councillor Utley, second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If there are no other questions, I'd like to move an amendment.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And I'd like to amend C to read that staff be directed to provide an update report on the short-term rental accommodation program. And I want to read an interim report in Q1 22 and a full report in Q1 23. 2 years is a long way off. And Mr. Chair, I'd like to get something in my hands a year from now, and I hope that's possible.
Okay, I believe Councillor Van Tilburg was seconding that.
Thank you.
Any questions, comments on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll call the question on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yep.
The amendment to item 6.1.3 carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows: Councillors Vanderstelt, Sless, Marn, Antosky, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Councillor Van Tilburg, did you wish to speak a second time now that the amendment is passed?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair.
You have the floor.
Thank you. Look, I would like to see this end up with Airbnbs in single home residences. That is your primary home. And if there is some sort of legal threat that if you're not the primary residence, that be in a commercial zone of some sort. I've never had a complaint from a hotel from residents, but I get them. Noise complaints and all sorts of disturbances in homes that have turned themselves into Airbnbs. And let's be faced, prior to COVID, that's a heck of a license to print money. You can make Airbnbs are very, very profitable, and that's the desire. And one of the problems with that is that residential areas where we can have affordable homes or rentals, they get purchased and transformed into Airbnbs where you can make a heck of a lot more money charging people to come and stay for a short period of time than you can if you're renting. If you not even try too hard, you're going to make $3,000 a month from the people that I've been talking to. That's not too bad as a second income. So, I mean, the attraction is there. And that's probably why on any given day, you can see 100 to something Airbnbs listed. I don't know what the uptake is right now during COVID, if there is any, but I'll tell you, when COVID's not on, those numbers spike and on any given day. The other thing I noticed that's kind of like there's an unfairness when you're looking at the balance is I believe we put forward a hotel tax just recently. And that's, that there's all sorts of ways where, we're giving the people the ability to make money, but we're not holding them to the same account. So there is a lot of work in this report. I'm very supportive of it, and I would like to see it come forward. I just wanted to get some of my positions out there on that. I don't see a very big window of difference between an Airbnb and a B&B. What I do see is the outcomes are completely different. Public acceptance for them is there. Neighborhood acceptance for them is obviously not as comfortable when it happens in your own backyard. And the other problem, again, especially in the older neighborhoods where it is the most affordable renting areas, it seems to be one of the primary spots people want to ironically pop in Airbnbs because you can set them up, renovate them, and make a lot of money. So I'm looking forward to what comes back to us in a month. And I do agree, 2 years is a long time, but we're on to the start of it. And better to address it than not address it at all, because we haven't been addressing this in the past. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Davis, you're next.
Yeah, I'd like to propose another amendment, seeking a seconder. The amendment would be to B, and would add a paragraph 6. And that paragraph would be limits home rentals to primary residences only. Seeking a seconder, I think Councillor Carpenter's agreeing to second that. And the rationale for this is it's done in other communities. Well, first of all, there's two parts to this. One, this paragraph B tells staff what to put in the bylaw that we're going to bring back to us in the spring. And we've heard staff say to us tonight, well, if there's something else you want to put in here, other than what they've basically said it'll come back to us, is a regulatory scheme, a registration scheme, and you pay $50 and that's about it. And I understand their reluctance to get into detailed regulations that require a lot of staff time to administer and enforce until they've had time to analyze and get the staffing arrangements in place. But, you know, doing what I'm suggesting, lots of other communities have done it. It's easy to do, doesn't require a lot of extensive enforcement. It sets out a very clear rule. And what it does do, and why other municipalities have done it, is it addresses two things: unfair competition, and two, decline in the housing stock. Because what this does is it prevents what are called ghost hotels, or it becoming a large-scale commercial enterprise. Because you'd have to, you know, it's kind of like your B&B. If you're away for a couple of months and you want to rent your house out, and great, you know, as long as you're in there for at least 180 days, which is usually what it says. So I think it makes our first step have a little bit more to it than just you got to pay $5 or $50 and register. And it's a very easy restriction, I think, to enforce, and it's very clear and understandable.
Okay, any questions or comments on the amendment? Seeing none. Oh, Councilor McCurry.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I'll support the mayor's amendment. I think in addition to the benefits he's proposed, one also has to think that this would eliminate the possibility of these buildings being used as party houses that we've seen in other communities. And I believe there was actually fatalities in a couple of these in North America in the last year or so. So I think it's a welcome addition.
Councilor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be supporting the amendments. My biggest concern really for the neighborhood, when we have people that don't live in their community staying at a house, maybe they're not treating the house with the respect and that the community deserves. And also parking is always an issue, specifically in Ward 1. And I just would see something like this creating more problems around parking for the residents as well. So I'll be supporting.
Thank you. Anything further on the amendment? Seeing nothing, we'll call the question on the amendment.
The amendment to item 6.1.3 carries unanimously on recorded votes. Members of the committee voting in favor as follows: Councillors Sless, Martin, and Toski, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Toborg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, Councilor McCurry, you'd requested to speak to the main motion. Did you wish to speak to it again?
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. And let me reiterate what my friend from the 4th Ward says. You are doing a fine job tonight. I think with respect to the main motion, I'm losing my train of thought here, Mr. Chair. And so I'm going to just talk on for a moment or two till it returns to me. And I can recall now the reason why I wanted to speak a second time, and that's because an earlier speaker referenced the municipal accommodation tax. And lest folks watching tonight think that that's imminent, I would like to state that the committee has decided that we're not going to be returning with that report in the near future. Originally, we had been looking at perhaps that starting with the dawn of the next year coming. But in light of the difficulties the hotel industry has as a result of COVID and competition from Airbnb, we're not going to be bringing that report back anytime soon. It is something this municipality should be doing, but we're not going to raise money on the backs of these hotels that are already suffering. So perhaps, perhaps when we do this bylaw and bring this into effect in 23, that might be a time for us to bring forward the room tax again, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further speakers, Councillor Utley, you've already spoken twice to this issue. If there's nothing for.
I have another amendment to make, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to add, we're at 6.7, that the primary residence must be able to accommodate up to 4 vehicles in the driveway. Looking for a
seconder. Councillor Weaver is seconding that. Okay. Any further comments, Councillor Utley?
And other than, hopefully that will prevent or eliminate people that have a whole bunch of friends over at a house, and causes havoc not only at the property but on the street as well. So I think if we limit the number of cars, then that should limit the number of people that are on site, and I think it'll help the legitimate operators and hopefully eliminate the ones that we don't want. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. I was just thinking while Councillor Utley was speaking, perhaps instead of just making the arbitrary number of 4 cars available, maybe state there needs to be an additional spot for every room. So if they're only a one bedroom Airbnb, they need to have that room additionally to their normal parking. If it's a house and the house has 3 bedrooms, then we would say 3 vehicles. I'm just wondering if maybe that might be a more appropriate way to deal with this. 'Cause my concern is we're really going to then limit the people that have large houses and lots of money typically, and the people that maybe have smaller houses that can't accommodate 4 cars are then going to lose out on potentially being part of a program that might help make them some additional money. So I'm hoping that would be friendly then. Looks like it is. Thank
Okay,
you.
I see Councillor Utley giving a thumbs up, so that's friendly. Councillor Sluss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I like the idea. I just don't know about enforcement, and I'm not sure how that would be done. Are the police going to be going around checking license plates, then looking at registrations, and then finding out if they're visiting somebody or whether they're registered at an Airbnb, or even if they are registered? I don't know. I've never stayed in one and probably wouldn't say I don't like the concept, but I don't know the process when somebody books a room. Is it like a hotel where you give your car make, color, license plate? I doubt very much that it is. So I don't know how you would attach that car to that bedroom. It could be somebody visiting the house 2 doors down. So like I don't know how you enforce it. I think the intent is good. I just don't know if it's even workable in the real world.
I think the intent is that to be registered and be legal as an Airbnb, that you would have to have a minimum number of parking spots to match the number of bedrooms, regardless of who's using them or anything like along those lines. Councillor Antosky, I think you had your hand up and then took it down.
I did. My question was answered. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Anything further on the amendment? Councillor Sluss, did you want to speak again?
It's not on the amendment, Mr. Chairman. It's my internet keeps breaking up. So if you see me disappearing, I'm not going to bed. I'm trying to get the internet to work and get rebooted. So I've kicked out 3 or 4 times during this meeting, and it's been hard to debate the subject because I don't know what's been debated when I come back in. So if I'm a little out of sorts tonight, it's because this thing is acting up, and that's why.
Councillor Sluss, if it continues to act up and you need to turn your camera off in order to stay connected, we'll understand. Councillor Wall.
Thanks, Chair Martin. You're doing a great job too, eh? Good job. Okay. I don't know how this affects the amendment, or if I can even ask staff a question, but like the whole concept of like a hotel or a bed and breakfast or anything is that it's for people who are traveling, and there's hundreds of thousands of people who visit and travel who don't use vehicles at all. They ride bikes or they walk. So how would that be reflected here?
I think if they don't have vehicles, then it's not an issue, as long as the Airbnb has the requisite number of parking spaces, same as an apartment building has a number of parking spaces that's set out by our bylaws. It would follow all the same lines. Mr. Muto, do you have an answer for that?
I guess the specific question, just I understand, but couldn't it be case by case specific? I mean, there are going to be places that want to be Airbnbs that are not going to be able to provide any parking whatsoever simply because of the nature of the way they were, right? There's plenty of homes in Eagle Place don't even have driveways. They could never provide the appropriate parking, so therefore they could never be an Airbnb. And that's not fair.
Muto, did you have a comment?
If I could, Chair Martin, just to Councillor Wall, these will be items that will be looked at in terms of the zoning bylaw amendment that Ms. Mathers had spoken to. We've taken some notes here this evening. We're here this evening to hear what council's concerns are respecting some of these provisions and regulations going forward, and we will attempt to address them as best as we can through our review and analysis of case studies and what we're hearing here this evening. To specifically answer your question, yes, it is the catering public. And if I could just maybe follow up with Councillor Van Tilborg's item about, well, what really is the difference? The difference is similar to what Mayor Davis had put on the table regarding that definition where it says that the principal residents or persons are still there. So we need to clarify this going forward once again to alleviate any ambiguity, and we will provide a recommendation in that zoning bylaw amendment and the associated regulations as it relates to parking for these units. And we've also heard, Councillor Wall, your concerns respecting what happens if someone takes the train here from Toronto and wants to stay at an Airbnb. Those are things that we want to do some analysis on, and that's why we're hearing. We want to listen to you this evening and hopefully bring back something forward in the second or early quarter Q1 or Q2 of this year.
Amazing. I'm not trying to be contrarian. I'm just saying that you shouldn't have to have 6 parking spots to be an Airbnb, and I think, yeah. I don't know. This is really complex, guys. I'm glad we've got some of the greatest minds in the region on it.
Councillor Van Tilburg. You're still muted, Councillor.
There we go. Now it's on. Okay. With regards to the amendment, we have to have something in place because while there is some very true facts about who might be limited to using an Airbnb based on parking, we also don't want to take a neighborhood that is short on parking and have a unit that has no parking and be loaded with 5 or 6 cars on the street added to the streets that are already plugged out. So that I think that's why we have to have at least this provision put forward. So I'm appreciative of the provision, and we'll have to see how it goes, how it looks when it comes back. And I'm sure that there can be some way to address the circumstances that Councillor Wall has mentioned, because both are valid. You just can't ignore it and then all of a sudden have streets plugged with cars. That will really disrupt the neighborhood. So just leave it at that.
Okay. I'd like to thank Councillor Weaver for his change to this amendment. I couldn't support it until he made that change. And if staff could read where we've ended up with this amendment, I'd appreciate it. I'm wondering, should that be a vehicle per bedroom?
Through the chair, I could have that changed.
Great. And seeing no further requests to speak, we'll call the question.
Through the chair, we're just waiting for Councillor Wall. The amendment to item 6.1.3 carries unanimously on recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows. Councillors Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, now the motion as amended. I see no further speakers. So with that, we'll call the question on the motion as amended multiple times.
Item 6.1.3 as amended carries unanimously on recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor as follows. Councillors Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, that brings us to item 6.1.1. I'd like to call upon Kara Davy, Arts and Culture Development Officer, and Kevin DeCock, Economic Development Officer, to commence the presentation. Please note you have 10 minutes inclusive of questions.
I'm Kara Davy, Arts and Culture Development Officer.
And I'm Kevin DeCook, Economic Development Officer.
Thank you for having us. We are excited to highlight Brantford's filming success in 2020. Kevin and I work collaboratively as film liaisons to market Brantford's film-friendly assets and attract more productions to the city every year. We also facilitate discussions internally to improve the experience for the production, city staff, and the community as a whole. Next slide, please.
The impact of the pandemic changes daily. Filming was not permitted in the first lockdown and was halted from mid-March to mid-June last year. But since reopening began in July, filming has proven to be very safe. With the province's color-coded COVID framework, filming is allowed in all 5 stages, including lockdown. Provincially directed, industry-specific protocols are rigidly followed. Larger productions are undertaking rapid testing to check their cast and crew every few days. The province of Ontario advised on January 12, 2021, that filming was safe enough to continue even during the stay-at-home orders, so long as productions adhere to the public health measures listed in the red zone.
Next slide. Filming has flourished in Canada over the course of the pandemic. With many movie theaters closed throughout the world, the filming industry is seeing a big shift towards TV production in order to meet audience demand to consume television content at home. Despite the industry shutdown in the spring, Brantford welcomed 10 productions in 2020, 8 of which occurred between August and December. The list includes 2 commercials and 8 television productions. The popular dystopian television series, The Handmaid's Tale, filmed twice in Brantford in 2020. Departure and Frankie Drake Mysteries filmed in Brantford for the first time, while the city also welcomed back the cast and crew from Murdoch Mysteries, Mayday, and All Around Champion. Next slide, please.
In 2018, staff began working with film productions and city staff to understand the needs, limitations, and processes involved in supporting local filming activities. That same year, the city welcomed 4 productions and roughly 300 total cast and crew, with an estimated 31 days of filming activities, and received approximately $15,000 to $20,000 in municipal revenues. In 2020, Brantford welcomed 10 productions. Overall, we saw 32 inquiries, an estimated $1.2 million in Brantford-specific budgets, an estimated $121,800 in direct city revenues, nearly 3,000 hotel room stays, an estimated 122 total prep, film, and wrap days in Brantford, and approximately 1,000 total cast and crew working in Brantford. Staff will be exploring ways to further measure the local economic impact of film. City staff are working with other municipalities, as well as Ontario Creates, to develop a formula that accurately measures local impact. Through the encouragement of municipal staff, many productions have taken to giving back to the community in more tangible and long-term ways through legacy projects. In 2020, The Handmaid's Tale generously supported the Downtown Brantford BIA, the Brantford Food Bank, and the Sanderson Centre for the Performing Arts. Next slide, please.
Economic Development and Tourism staff work closely with Ontario Creates, which is the Ontario Film Commission, on film investment and attraction efforts. The OC website is an incredible resource for filmmakers looking for workers, talent, locations, and more. Economic Development and Tourism staff actively participate in weekly calls with Ontario Creates, and we submit potential locations for consideration with new project opportunities. Next slide, please. In 2020, city staff attended the first virtual TIFF conference from September 10th to 14th. We hosted a writer from the Toronto Star and developed an e-brochure to highlight Brantford's film-friendly assets and past production sites. In ongoing efforts to keep city staff and the community informed of upcoming productions, Economic Development and Tourism staff releases information updates and film notices prior to a production's arrival. Staff also develops a quarterly film e-newsletter that targets Ontario film location professionals while highlighting exciting industry news and recent productions in Brantford. Next slide, please.
Filming efforts are centralized and streamlined through the Economic Development and Tourism Department. Recognizing that the film industry touches many departments, staff formed a cross-departmental internal working group that meets quarterly to collect input from other departments and to ensure that all staff is on the same page with regards to permits, fees, and processes. Economic Development and Tourism staff also created a municipal regional film discussion group in order to connect with other film liaisons in neighboring or similar sized Ontario municipalities who are also preparing for the reopening of the industry. This group has met bi-weekly since the end of May and has decided to continue those meetings monthly in 2021. Next slide, please.
In 2018, the City of Brantford and County of Brant welcomed the cast and crew from The Cuban. The production filmed in Cuba and at various locations in Brantford and the county. Economic Development and Tourism staff hope to celebrate the film's international release in 2020 with a red carpet event at the Sanderson Center. But to help prevent the spread of COVID-19 in our community, city staff decided to offer the event virtually with a free screening followed by a Q&A with the director, screenplay writer, producers, and the 4 lead actors from the film. 1,300 households in the city and county took advantage of the free download, and this event was very well received. Next slide, please.
Following a recommendation in the 2017 Economic Development Strategy for the city, the Economic Development and Tourism Department developed a formalized approach to encourage and support film and the television production industry in Brantford. Staff implemented the film policy in early 2020, and since then has heard positive feedback from film productions regarding the structure and transparency of the policy. Staff is proposing several amendments to the film policy to reflect some of what we've learned in the last year. Next slide, please. The recommended changes to the film policy are meant to provide greater transparency, clarity, and simplification. The proposed revisions include suggestions from legal, risk management, operational services, communications, and clerks. City staff also issued a survey in December of 2020 to municipalities and regions across Ontario in order to investigate comparative filming fees. City staff is still analyzing these filming fees and their comparison to Brantford. Next slide, please.
Economic Development and Tourism staff expects that the number of productions filming in Brantford will increase again in 2021. Plans are underway to increase marketing efforts in order to attract new productions. In partnerships with Ontario Creates, city staff will expand the current image library on the OC website in order to highlight new locations in Brantford. Staff will also work with a local videographer to create a ready-to-roll highlight reel composed of both past productions and film-friendly locations. Increased partnership with local hotels and restaurants will also help to create discounts and packages to entice productions to support local while they are here and possibly extend their trip. This concludes our presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have some questions. Mayor Davis, you're first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and to staff. I'd stepped off and I may have missed it, but what's the economic benefit? Because I mean, this does create a bit of inconvenience for residents at times, but I think it's important to know kind of what the economic benefits estimated to be.
Through the chair, if I may, the economic benefits to directly relate those to film is still being investigated, and that's something that has eluded a lot of municipalities in Ontario. Therefore, to come out with an exact dollar amount is going to be difficult until we have a good funding formula, and that is what we're investigating with Ontario Creates. We're also working with other municipalities and are also looking at other resources in the community to help us calculate that. The numbers that we've presented tonight are the best estimates that we have of the total economic impact, and we hope that we'll have something more specific in the future.
What's lined up for this year so far?
through the chair in terms of productions coming to Brantford. So far, we have 13 inquiries, which is, if we're on track, that'll be higher than our 32 for last year. We have one in the booking process right now, which will happen this weekend, and it's called All Round Champion, and they are returning to Brantford for the third time.
Great, thanks. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, but Councillor Wall had his hand up before me.
You're correct. Thank you. Councillor Wall.
Thanks, Councillor Utley. Thank you, Chair Martin. Okay, I'm going to be quick. I am in support of the report. I'm in support of what you guys are doing. Huge shout out to the entire team over there, because you're all amazing, phenomenal human beings just doing such wonderful work. It's amazing. The people of this community are elated when something is being filmed in this community. They go out in droves to watch. I mean, you know, pre-COVID-19 or whatnot, but even still with COVID-19, it's hard to stop them. And just recently, Handmaid's Tale had a trailer release with beautiful downtown Brantford there in the background, and people went nuts about it. It's amazing to see people so happy about their hometown. It does nothing but good things for this community when people are proud of this community. And it's so great to see the world taking notice of this incredible place we call home. And that's because of people like you. So thank you so much. I can't wait to vote yes on this, and I can't wait to see what we can do to support this even more. Did I mention you're awesome? Thanks.
Okay, now Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I must start by saying, bravo. What have you both learned? Thank you for the presentation and what you do, but what have you both learned since being involved in this sector? And how has it helped you do your jobs better? It's a pretty crude way of saying it.
Through the chair, thank you. That's a good question. Kara, if you don't mind, maybe I'll go first. I've been on the file for almost 4 years, and there's a number of things I've learned. The first is the fluid nature of film and how it changes from production to production. The second thing I've learned is the truly amazing staff across the city who support this. The case in point is the Handmaid's Tale, who filmed here twice last year, most recently in November, and is arguably the largest production that has come to Brantford, at least since Silent Hill. And it touched well over 10, maybe a dozen departments, and how well everybody worked together to make this happen. The planning that went into it, and then the execution, it was smooth in its process, and just how well the staff have worked together and the support. It honestly is an honor when I hear what other municipalities try and work through with their different departments and siloing. We have not experienced that here. And then the third one is just how receptive the community is as well. As Councillor Wall has pointed out, there really is an appetite here in Brantford, and I think the sky is the limit on this, and we have so much potential. So those are the three things I would highlight that I found.
Thank you, Cara.
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, I'm a little newer to the portfolio. I've been 1 year today, actually, to be specific. So Kevin and I have a little bit different roles with the film. He works with the departments here, and he's kind of on the ground helping with the permit process and facilitating the operations of productions once they arrive. My job is getting the productions to come here. So coming from the tourism side of things, I get to showcase all the wonderful assets that Brantford has. And that's been a highlight for me. And that's my strong suit with a marketing background and being a Brantford born and raised resident. I get no greater thrill on Fridays when we have our weekly call with Ontario Creates, and they lay out a production and what they have in mind for a script and a look and feel, and trying to take what their vision is and match it to a Brantford asset. That is so much fun for me. And I found, I love Brantford, and you can make anything work to fit with the production. So we have so many great strengths. And I think working with local businesses and residents to make that happen facilitates stronger relationships between staff and the community.
With every new experience comes new learning opportunities. Could you share just one thing that's really helped you do the jobs you normally, I know this is normally what you do, but what has been added to your complement of skills in your jobs?
For me, through the chair, it has been increased collaboration.
Okay.
Learning
Great.
to work well, and this year through COVID, it really pushed us closer to other municipalities across Ontario, and we're seeing less competition and more cooperation. There's a willingness for productions, for communities that are closer to the GTHA that are experiencing almost full capacity to share their knowledge and to point productions further out of the GTHA, and Brantford is certainly benefiting from that. So being able to collaborate and to work with internal staff, but also our colleagues in other municipalities has really helped me grow in my role.
Cara, very quickly.
Basically the same answer.
It's refreshing to hear this. It really is. So I thank you for everything you're doing here. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor McCurry.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Well, we've had a fairly long history of film production and TV production in the city of Brantford, dating back to the first film that was made here, which some folks weren't terribly proud because it highlighted one of the worst possible outcomes for the city of Brantford. But one looks at what's been going on here the last couple of years, and this is really a terrific thing. As it was said earlier, that it's something that people take an interest in. I think it's a great source of civic pride for us, and it puts a little coin in the pockets of our hoteliers and our restaurateurs in this city. And we're not in it just for the residential component of the city of Brantford, but we're also here to support business and make sure that they succeed as well. And I think, if I recall correctly, I seem to recall the genesis of this being at, I think it was at the Golf and Country Club, and it was a presentation, I think that was largely in part due to the Chamber of Commerce at the time. So it's sort of come full circle, and I'm just so proud of the staff having started, basically at zero on this file and being where we are today. It's just remarkable that they've done so much with so little in such a short period of time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments, Mayor Davis.
Yeah, so are we beyond the 10 minutes now into discussion about it? Is that?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so not to repeat anything, Mr. Chair, not to repeat anything that's been said, but I think in particular to staff, they've done a lot of hard work and homework on this. And what they're presenting to us tonight is a really perceptive and intelligent fine tuning of the rules and regulations we had in place before. And they're doing it based on what they've seen on the ground and what's working for those that come to the city to film productions. No question has a major economic impact, but it also helps us, I think, in terms of our pride in the community, that we're being selected for many shoots of many actually very popular programs. So it does help expose the city. It does give us a little bit of prominence we wouldn't otherwise have. And back to all the work the staff have done, the reason why the productions are coming here is not just our natural assets and that we have here and the various vistas and whatnot, but it's that hard work the staff have done and working with and accommodating these productions when they come in. So kudos to staff. Thanks very much.
Okay, Councillor Antosky, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, as Councillor McCurry mentioned, this was one of the, I think it was a mayor's luncheon sponsored by the Chamber. And in its inception, it was music office and film office. And we realized at the time that, both were pretty new, and let's section them off because we had started to see some film interest. And so I am so incredibly proud of what staff have done with this file and how we've accommodated, and it is very new. So there's been a lot of pivoting and learning, and everybody's been very nimble about that. I still hope that we will add the music office at some point as we get this area figured out. It adds to our arts and culture in our community, and we have a lot of talent in the city, and we have, as the mayor said, some very passionate and smart and nimble staff. So I'm very proud to see this before us tonight.
Okay, yes, excellent report, and it's wonderful to see how this is progressing and blossoming. And as you said, we have so many different assets in this community that are prime for film production that it's just nice to see them put to that use. Seeing no further questions, we'll call the question.
Item 6.1.1, Film Annual Report and Policy Amendments, carries unanimously on recorded votes. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows: Councillors Vanderstelt, Slesmarn, and Toski, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCurry, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Thank you. Next separated item is 6.1.13. Councillor Utley, I believe you have an amendment for this item.
I do, Mr. Chair. If staff could pull that that file up, please. Thank you very much, Chris. The amendment is Mr. Chair be directed to erect a fence closure in Q2 2021 to the pedestrian stairway from Usher Street to West Street in a manner that is consistent with other stairway closures located at the south side of the railway line on West Street, and that the funding source for the fence closure to the pedestrian stairway be funded from the operational services operating budget. I'd like to add, Mr. Chair, that these stairs have been a very serious concern to the neighbors that live in the immediate area, with drug use, with people passing out on their driveways and front lawns, criminal activities in theft and other things, and they deserve better. You know, they go through this every week, every day, sometimes in the summer months, and you know, there's all kinds of paraphernalia that is found on the steps for people that are using those steps. I mean, if children use those steps, they could run into trouble. It's a known spot for our local police, so I hope very much that we'll get behind this and give the neighbors in the area some peace of mind with closing off those steps. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And your seconder was Councillor Sless?
None other than my ward mate, Councillor Sless.
Wonderful. Councillor McCurry, you're next in the queue.
Chair, thank you very much. I'm fully supportive of this, as I am usually for the Ward 2 councillors. God bless them. I think it's a very, very sad commentary on our times, however, that assets like this stairway and the stairways from West Street, which once served the community and allowed folks to go from home to work safely, now is an impediment to their safety and an impediment to their way of life. And if only we could turn the clock back to simpler times so we weren't plagued by all this horrendous property crime and drug crime. It's just a shame that the City of Brantford has to do things like this to make sure that life is worth living for folks in certain neighborhoods.
Thank you. Councillor Sless.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I'm pleased to see this coming forward finally. It's taken a while, but we've got it here. And I think the beauty of what's being done is they're being shut down in a way that can be easily undone, so that in the future, if society turns itself around and we're not dealing with the types of issues we're dealing with today in the volume that we're dealing with them, we can very easily make those stairs reusable. It's not a permanent solution, but it serves the purpose for what we need today. And hopefully in the future, we won't need to have these types of protections to protect one from one another, and we'll be able to take down these barriers and use them for what their intended use was. So I'm pleased that it's forward, and I'm pleased to support it.
Okay, thank you. I see no other. I just have one question. Will this area be fenced at the top of the stairs as well as at the bottom of the stairs?
Mark Jacklin, Director of Operational Services, through the chair. Yes, we're going to fence it right at the top of the stairs and the bottom of the stairs, and some reinforcement to ensure that nobody can get through.
Okay, good, because I was afraid it was only going to be fenced at one end and be still a hidey hole for illegal activity. Councillor Van Tilburg.
Thank you, Chair. I was just wondering if there's other public properties that we've had to take this kind of action on in the past for the reasons described. If anybody happens to be aware of that.
So through the chair, right across the street and just south of the bridge. So we've had to do it in this area as well. And also I believe there's some staircase that we did remove near, I believe it was Grand River Ave, in that general area. But a comprehensive list that I don't have.
No, that's fine. I just, we can see the trend and the trend that's happening. And that specifically has been happening in Ward 2 Council's area. But it is an absolute shame that places that have been open for tens of years, if not maybe even 100 years, I don't know. I think some of them could be that old, that we're having to take these actions now because of an inability to address problems that are happening in our community and growing. And so I don't think this will be the last type of a place that we close down. We're probably going to end up closing down others as they come, and it is a temporary solution. I just hope that temporary doesn't become the new normal and permanent, and that we can make some progress, because what is happening is not acceptable. It's not good for the community. Those were access ways for everyone, and the fact that now that access has been decided as more of a hindrance to the people that would use it the most, that is just unbelievable, because those had been used for a long time and now they're nothing but trouble. And this is the only way at this time, the only way to address the problem. So look, I congratulate the ward councils, but I also feel for you and what you've had to do here. So that's all.
Councillor McCurry, second time.
Chair, thank you. Just in response to Councillor Van Tilburg's question, I would point out also that Bell Canada had to close the vestibule that surrounds the statue of Alexander Graham Bell, fence that off to prevent illegal use, as did the province of Ontario with the back entrance to the courthouse across the street from City Hall. We're seeing this everywhere, that folks can get out of the public limelight to do their drugs and whatever else they do. And the one I'm seeing more often than not now is the alcove on Coburn Street by the former Bell Canada store, where folks like to hang out and do their drugs. So, it's a plague on the community, and we're not out of it by a long shot.
Thank you. Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. Councilman Turberg asked if this has been done before. It was done before when Charlie Ward Park was in Ward 4, and we had a walkway at the back of Charlie Ward Park, and that was a problematic for people hiding back there, and the neighborhood had a lot of problems until we closed that off and it cleaned up the area. And Charlie Ward Park, as you know, is a very active and involved park with a good neighbor association. So there are benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing nothing further, we'll call the question.
The amendment to item 6.1.13 carries unanimously on recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows: Councillors Vanderstelt, Sless, Marn, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Ali, McCurry, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, that brings us to 6.1.7, Ada Ave and Palmerston Ave. Councillor Sless, I believe you have an amendment for this one.
Through the chair, sorry to interrupt. We just have to vote on the main motion as amended.
My apologies. We'll call the vote on the main motion.
The main motion as amended carries unanimously on recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows: Councillors Vanderstel, Celeste, Marn, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Now that brings us to 6.1.7. Councillor Sluss, the floor is yours for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe if the clerk could please put it up on the screen. I believe it has been circulated. There we are. The amendment is that item 6.1.7 be amended to strike out clause B and replace with the following. The staff be directed to engage with emergency services, city services, school boards, and area residents impacted by the potential of installing temporary road closure measures to prohibit all vehicular traffic movement at Palmerston Avenue and Ada Avenue to and from Brant Avenue. And that staff report back to the Committee of the Whole Operations Admin in May of 2020 with feedback received, necessary traffic bylaw amendments, estimated costs, and a appropriate duration implementation of temporary road closure measure at Palmerston Avenue and Brant Avenue and Ada Avenue and Brant Avenue. And if I could just speak to that, Mr. Chair, there has been a couple of neighborhood meetings. We received back the input from the neighborhood, and there's overwhelming support to cut both streets off at the end, emptying onto Brant Avenue. There was some concern raised by feeder streets to those two streets in that general area and what it would do to the entire neighborhood. So I think it's very appropriate that we take a look at a temporary measure to see if the folks that want this have the opportunity to experience it, live with it for 5 or 6 months. I think in my discussions with Indy, this would go in probably the beginning of May or the beginning of June and would stay in effect. They would be like the cement barricades and with signage saying road closed. And you would have that for probably 5 months. And it would give you real life experience as to how this is going to work, if it's going to work, and if the people that thought they wanted it really do want it, or perhaps they once they live with it, they realize maybe they don't like it. But at least it starts a process. As I think most of you know, it is a dangerous thing. People are making illegal left turns off of Brant Ave onto these two streets, and it's causing havoc because they don't want to negotiate the intersection at St. Paul's and Brant Ave. So they simply take a side street, fly through, and believe me, fly through. And they do that in both directions. And when they're coming up St. Paul's and turning right onto Brant Ave, the shortcut is to go down one of these two streets, and it will cut off a very congested intersection. So it's something that's been done for a long time. People are doing it, and they're abusing the law by making illegal turns. And it's just not safe on those two streets. They're rather narrow. There's a lot of cars on the streets because it's a neighborhood where not everybody does have a driveway. So there's a lot of vehicles on the road. There's kids that live on the street, and it's just the whole thing is not safe. So it's an opportunity, I think, to demonstrate to the neighborhood exactly what could be done without doing permanent structures at this point in time. Hopefully at the end we get to that, assuming that the neighborhood wants to move forward. They've indicated at first blush they do, but we'll give them some real life experience with it for 5 or 6 months and then analyze that data. And it puts us right into the 2022 budget process, where if there is money needed to build whatever needs to be built at the end of those two streets, we can debate that during the estimates committee. So I would hope everybody would support this. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Utley, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I talked to a couple of people on Palmerston today, and they're really excited if we can put in some interim barriers as a first step. That can be done quickly and cheaply. There will need to be signs put up on St. Paul saying no access to Brant Ave, so we don't get people racing down Palmerston eastbound and then find out they got to turn around. So that may cause some problems. So there'll be a little bit of a adjustment and education. But I would like to ask staff, Mr. Chair, what are we getting for $125,000?
So through the chair, Councillor Utley, that would be staff have to do their due diligence. There's impacts to other areas of the community in terms of traffic. We have to understand how the movement actually happens towards the south end of all those streets where we have an awkward situation where it funnels into Brant. There's traffic signals there. There's an island. There's a park. There's many things that we have to look at in terms of how to implement this in a permanent, depending on what we hear back through the temporary. But it also gets us the design. So we initially had a budget of 75,000 for the feasibility study for next year, but I really think we can push it and get the design in as well next year. So we're just kind of have the two budgets together to form that 125. And like Councillor Sluss said, once we hear back, we will report back with some of the information that we saw. And at that report, we would probably be asking for that funding to be included in the capital budget, unless something changes.
Okay, thank you, Andy. I really appreciate your support and your team's support on this project. It's not been easy. It's been an ongoing problem for years, and with no end in sight. And I hope this will be the resolution that changes people's behavior and slows them down. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Tobart.
I just can't leave that last comment alone. Changes their behavior and slows them down. It will stop them, John. I think you'll be successful. Yeah, I think that area is probably 15 years or so since the signs were changed regarding the left-hand turn off of Brant Ave. And to think that there's still a problem now, I'm assuming, and I hope when the councillors get their second chance, they'll kind of answer this to me. But if I'm understanding this clearly, but the issue now is traveling from St. Paul's towards Brant Ave as an issue, or that it still remains both-way traffic, and then that's the greater problem. I think your approach is very good, because I know that sometimes people who live on the streets might go, geez, I miss being able to leave my home and go on to Brant Ave without having to kind of go on a funny angle, make that very sharp right-hand turn on St. Paul's, and then another right-hand turn onto Brant Ave. But if they're being hindered that much by traffic on both those streets, I think they both get used for that same cross purpose. It's an awful thing. It's actually a sacrifice on their part to have those barriers put up. Just to clarify, the problem is now with traffic going from St. Paul to Brant Ave, and that these will actually be dead ends. And so that should be clear to the public.
Thank you. Mayor Davis.
Thank you very much, Chair, and through you, I want to congratulate the ward councillors. I spent a lot of time on those two streets about 2.5 years ago, and I was actually seeing it happening behind me. The illegals, left turns, speeding, and Councillor Van Tobart, yeah, it's traffic going both ways, coming from St. Paul onto Brant Ave the reverse. But there is, I really think this is a great idea. The temporary barrier, we'll see how it actually works. There is something else that there may be another impact, and that is we're gonna force, as we want, a lot of traffic to finish up Brant Ave and turn left onto St. Paul. We may find through this temporary measure that we've got to do an advanced green there. I think some of the residents expressed some desire to see that happen. This will tell us if, in fact, we really need to do that or extend it or whatever. So a lot of information will be gathered before we spend a big sum of money and make improvements and changes that are irreversible. So great idea. Happy to support it.
Thank you. Councillor McCurry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too will be happy to support this. I have a friend that lives on that street who's been advocating for this for a long time, and I'm sure the neighbors are going to be happy to look at this trial solution for us. Not so happy was I to see that a report on what to do would cost us $150,000. I think probably taxpayers wouldn't be too happy to see that that's a lot of money to spend to do a detailed design and a study of how to stop up a road. And I'm reminded of anybody that's ever been in the Kensington Market area in Toronto. Unless you live in that neighborhood, you don't want to get off the main streets, because it's a rabbit warren of intersecting one-ways and concrete barriers that are temporary in nature for 20 or 30 years. And same in City of Calgary, where they make the changes with concrete barriers, and they become a matter of record. So I think this is an excellent plan. to try something, study the result, maybe tinker with it. And somebody said that there may be unintended consequences. And when I look at some of the efforts that we've made in the 3rd Ward to slow traffic down with respect to 40K zones, quite often it just moves the problem to a neighboring street, and then that road has to be 40K'd as well. So there will be consequences to this, and I'm quite happy that the ward councillors and staff can work these details out over time. And, you know, throughout the course of the next year or two, we can have some permanent solutions there that work, that guarantee public safety. And, you know, I think if folks get to the bottom of the street and decide that they can't get through, they probably won't do it a second time. So it's going to be a good learning lesson for those that take advantage of quiet neighborhoods to shortcut to save probably 10 or 15 seconds at the red light at Brant Avenue. So quite happy to support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Before we go to second time speakers, I'd just like to congratulate the Ward 2 councillors for bringing this forward. This obviously has been a long-term problem because of the shortcut that's there. It's unfortunate that we have to go to this level to change people's behaviors. If people just drove sanely in the first place, this wouldn't be necessary, but unfortunately it is. And what's being proposed, I think, is the right way to go, especially if it's for a trial period initially, which is what this amendment does. Before I go to second time speakers, Councillor Carpenter, first time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I guess this problem has been around for a long time. In fact, it was created when Dufferin Ave was put in, the turtle bumps were put in Dufferin Ave. That was the shortcut, Dufferin Ave across to the light. That was the original shortcut. When Dufferin Ave got the turtle bumps, then Palmerston became the next shortcut. And we'll probably see that when this is done, Ada will become the next shortcut after that. So, but I'm interested in how this works out. I've got the same kind of problems. Councillor Antosky and I have same problems on Corbin Street East, where those trying to cut through to Patterson and take the shortcut out to Gretzky to beat the light there, because that light going west is a lot longer for people, so they'll look, they're taking the shortcuts now. So I'll be curious to watch this and see if we can't develop a program that will help keep neighborhoods whole by putting bollards at the end and making them more accessible for walking. I think there's good options here. It'll be interesting to see how this works out.
Thank you. Councillor Wall.
Thanks. Yeah, kudos to the Ward 2 councillors for doing this. You guys are great. Everyone in your ward always talks about how great you are, and I'm sure you guys know that, but it's nice to hear too. Councillor Carpenter, we hit the nail on the head. I mean, this is not unique to Ward 2. Go down to Eagle Ave, right off of Erie. People turn left and go down Erie, Eagle Ave like it's going out of style, both directions, like it's a raceway. And if you're watching this, people out there of the world, slow down, please. This is a neighborhood. There's families that live there, and it's dangerous, and you're going to kill somebody. We've got speeding issues throughout the whole city. It's wild. Please slow down. Kudos, councillors.
Councillor Sless, second time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This, firstly, to Councillor Carpenter's point, this resolution takes in Ava and Ada and Palmerston, so it's both streets. So hopefully we're catching them all in one swoop. We're certainly attempting to do that, because both streets right now are suffering the same problem. The one thing that I neglected to say the first time around, and this is really for Indy's ears, but the second house in off of Brant Ave, as you enter on your left side off of Brant Ave, they've got a kind of a precarious driveway. It can certainly, I think, be maintained going in off of Palmerston, but for the design has to incorporate that happening, and not putting this household having to access their driveway onto Brant Ave, because that would create probably a worse nightmare than we have today. So the placement of the barricades has to be such that that driveway is still workable, Indy, or otherwise this whole project is going to go sideways on us, because it's really going to create a bad situation for that one house. They'll be trying to back out onto Brant Ave against traffic, so that would be a nightmare. So please keep that in mind when we're placing barricades. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was remiss in not thanking my ward mate, Councillor Slass. He came up with the idea with the barriers. That was a brilliant, made my day when he said that. So it's a great low cost but effective solution on an interim basis. And I also want to recognize staff member Rob Smith. Rob's been very helpful through this project, very helpful. He's been out there with us and listened to the neighbors. And then for the drivers who find they have to rush everywhere they go in the city, leave home 5 minutes early, please. Thank you.
It's nice to see a team of ward mates working well together. Seeing nothing further, we'll call the question on the amendment.
The amendment to item 6.1.7 carries unanimously on recorded votes. Members of the committee voting in favor as follows. Councillors Vanderstel, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, now the motion as amended.
Item 6.1.7, Ada Avenue and Palmerston Avenue, proposed access restrictions as amended carries unanimously on recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor as follows. Councillors Vanderstel, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Thank you. Okay, now we're at item 6.1.4, and I believe Councillor Weaver asked for this one to be separated.
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this one is the on-road active transportation wayfinding plan and implementation. I was hoping staff could kind of give us some highlights of the report. It's a great report. I'm just hoping that we can share a little bit of that with the viewing public.
Through the chair, it's Russ Lukes, the Director of Engineering Services, and I'm very proud of this report, and I'd love to give the highlights, but I think it'd be more appropriate if we asked Catherine Bardbell to do all the hard work on this, put all together to have a chance to explain some of the background on that, if I could.
Thank you, Russ. Through the chair, the wayfinding report came to council through the workshop that was identified at the Bicycle Friendly Communities Workshop in 2018. Basically, it identified that a wayfinding plan for the active transportation routes in the city should be implemented throughout the city. Already, there's an off-road active transportation wayfinding plan. So this one was developed basically to be cohesive with what's already implemented on the off-road. So basically the signs will show the major destinations within the city, whether that be major parks, major community centers, the different schools around the area, and it'll identify to residents the distance it takes to get to each of those locations from the sign that you're currently at.
Great. Will this be posted on the city's website so people can take a look at the routes that these markings will be on?
Yeah, once the sign designs are totally finalized by Strata Signs, our contractor, we will be posting them on the website.
Okay, and I do like the way the signs for our multi-use trail network, I like the way they're matching, they're very similar, so that's great. It gives us that consistency. So I'm going to be very happy to support this, as I'm sure most other council members will be. So thank you very much for the work on this, Catherine.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Antosky, you're next.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Yeah, this is a great project. I had a question, Catherine, about the posts that are in the ground. I was looking for measurements of those, and I don't know if you have them. And the reason I was looking for them is the posts are blank, you know, from the bottom up to whatever the top quarter or the top third. And I just want to make sure that they're not big enough to attract other wayward artists in the community, or to put a pattern on them, or whatever to keep graffiti from them. I think they're small enough, but I just wanted to make sure. It was the first thing that came to mind when I saw the blank post.
Yeah, so through the chair, the typical post will be what you would see on any roadway right of way. So it'll be a breakaway post in case a vehicle does collide with one of these posts. And they are small enough to eliminate any graffiti or anything that might take place on these posts.
Okay, thank you. When I was at an FCM meeting in Waterloo, and Waterloo has a great program like this, and I can tell you that people were stopping all over the place to read them and look at them. It really was an attraction, so I'm looking forward to seeing these in Brantford.
Thank you, Councillor McCurry.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I'd be remiss in not highlighting the contributions of Mary Welsh to the wayfinding routes and signage that we have in place in the city of Brantford today, on which this plan is modeled. Mary pretty much single-handedly raised all the money necessary for that program and was gently guided the corporation through that process. Catherine, did I hear you say that we have a contractor already for this work?
Through the chair, yes. I believe operations works with Strata Signs and they have a contract with them for this year. So we will be doing it through Strata Signs.
Okay, so was this project tendered or is it part of a standing order?
Not yet.
But you have a contractor?
Yes, through the chair. My understanding is that because operations already has a contract with the sign company, we are able to use it to basically put together our signs as well.
Okay, and sorry, who is the contractor?
Strata Signs.
Strata Signs, okay. It is a project of some significant dollar amount. Are you aware of what the cap on staff limitation is with respect to sole source, Catherine?
Through the chair, yes, I'm aware. Over $50,000, you have to have at least 3, I believe, different companies.
Okay.
Perhaps Russ can speak to it more, but from my understanding, with discussions with Chris Gimmer, was that we were allowed to sole source from Strata Signs.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mayor Davis, could you take the chair for a moment, please? Councillor Carpenter's the only one I have on the speaking list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Only have one question. What is the program to maintain these signs? Is this going to be an increase to the operating budget ongoing, or will the existing operating budget going forward be able to maintain these signs once they're up and running?
It's Russ Lukes through the chair. I think we'd have to take a look at that and have discussions with our operations staff. I think this is where sign work will be covered by their operating side.
Yeah, could we get a definite answer back to members of council about what the ongoing maintenance is going to be and what the cost is expected to be and where they'll be funded from? Thank you.
Councillor McCurry, you're next.
Thank you, Acting Chair Davis. Catherine, one more question. Are we ordering any spares from the contractor to replace things that might get damaged by vehicles, etc.?
Through the chair, it's not something that's been implemented at this point, but it could be something that we decide to do. Basically, I've worked with Strata Signs so that these are replicable through pretty much any sign company. So if anything does happen to get damaged and we need to go to a different sign company in future years, this could be something that could be repeated if needed.
I would suggest that spares bought at this point in time are going to be a heck of a lot more cost effective than one-offs that we do later.
Over to you, Councillor Martin, if you're ready.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions or comments, we'll call the vote on this.
Item 6.1.4 carries unanimously on recorded votes. Members of the committee voting in favor as follows: Councillors Vandersteldt, Sless, Marn, and Toski, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, that brings us to item 6.1.5. Mayor Davis, you asked for this one to be separated.
Yeah, I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I realize we're just receiving this report. We're not taking any action on it, but I can't pass up the opportunity to comment because, you know, this was a project that I was really advancing and promoting with staff since early last fall. And so I'm very pleased to see that the initial feedback on the security program shows that the program is demonstrating early success by increasing safety across the municipality and through municipally owned properties in particular in the downtown and surrounding neighborhoods. And it's also, I think, increased the perception of safety through the core areas of our city. And I want to make clear that there's been some confusion, but the program's not intended to replace police services. My expectation is that if the program continues after April 1st, it will become integrated into an integral part of what the police leadership has in mind for a special beat constable patrol, which we heard this morning is being delayed so it can be properly authorized, funded, organized, and set up likely early next year. So, but you know, so what is it then that our team is doing? It's really doing what many property owners across the community are doing in light of the increase in crime, and they're doing their part to fight increased crime. Like we said earlier this evening, I really wish we didn't have to do this, but the reality is we do. And so it really amounts to the city doing a better job of taking care of and monitoring and providing security in the properties that we own across the downtown area. And there's a lot of them. And, you know, the reality is we can't really expect police services to give us, you know, 24/7 security everywhere we are. And so it's really just a reflection of what many businesses and individuals are doing through the community, such as, you know, some are installing surveillance cameras, some, as we've seen, Bell Canada installing fences. Some are actually, there's several businesses downtown that they're doing private security. And of course, we have Lori that does their own security as well. So this is the city really doing the same thing, which is increasing the security presence and the security monitoring of city-owned properties. And there's a lot of them. And that reduces the incidence of safety issues on our city property. It reduces the antisocial behavior and criminal behavior that can start on our properties that we have and continue on from there. And also because there is a security presence as they travel between properties, it does create, I think, a safer perception of a safer community. And so you might ask, so since our security patrol is basically 24/7, and it's moving between city properties, like I said, it's also creating an extra set of eyes through many parts of the community so that there is, you know, more efficient, effective reporting of serious crime that merits the attention of our Brantford Police Services. And so you may say, well, where are they going? Well, right now it's 25 properties, right from Marlene Ave, which was really the catalyst for this whole project, right up to Albion Towers, Lorne Towers, you know, Earl Hague Park, the transit terminal, City Hall, New City Hall, Old City Hall, the Lucy Marco Place, a lot of the Winston Court, the Farmers Market. And so, you know, and I believe I'm hoping that it may be expanded beyond that as we consider what to do with it later this year. So I think the end result is, this report tells us that hopefully it continues. We're doing a better job of securing and protecting those 25 properties that belong to the city. I think we're taking significant steps to make the community safer and also to allow police services to focus on the more serious crime that they're very professionally trained for and equipped to deal with. So very pleased to see it. Glad that we're getting some positive results, and hopefully it'll continue. And I look forward to the final report that comes to us in April, and we make some decisions on what it will be like after that. So thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, it's interesting listening to our dialogue tonight and lamenting and the grief that we feel and that we share, seeing that our city has changed. We have to put up fences, we have to put up gates, we have to change the way people drive if we can. And some of us are feeling a great sense of loss in that area. I tend to see it in exactly the opposite framework. What I see is a council that actively works on all four fronts to listen to its constituents. When they do not feel comfortable, when they do not feel safe, we respond. We respond by listening to them, and we respond by taking action. And that is a hallmark of true, genuine leadership. I think it's a wonderful thing that we've done to identify problems wherever they exist and to respond to the problems accordingly, and to do that together in unanimous decisions and by amendment and all the hard work that we do. I feel encouraged to know that no matter what problem comes forward, we find a way to manage it. It may not be the best and ideal situation, but I will tell you that this program, how we have responded and how people have responded to the presence of these officers on site, on call. I'll give you one example, Brant Towers, Thorn Towers. They are so overwhelmingly happy with the fact that we took this decision, we took this action, and we put people on the ground. We put boots on the ground for them. They did not feel safe in their own home. They did not want to walk the areas around Brant Towers, Thorn Towers, and gather their groceries and cross the bridges. But we responded. We listened to where the needs are, where the developing needs are, and we do something about it. I firsthand experience listening to some of the tenants there in the buildings. They are extremely grateful for council's efforts in this area. It's always good to know that there is somebody who's just a call away that can bring some semblance of safety and security to their lives. So when this does come forward for a possible renewal, I will in 100% support continuing this program, because it's showing obvious good. It's having a positive effect in so many areas, not not just one city-owned property. I'm proud to support it, and I'll support it again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor McCurry, you're next.
Chair, thank you very much. As Councilor Vanderstelt said, we do listen and react to what we hear from our constituents. And one thing that I'm hearing more and more of lately is concerns about panhandlers that are inhabiting our traffic islands in locations such as the St. Paul Avenue subway and exits at 403. And through you, Mr. Chair, to staff, I'm wondering what it would take to have our staff do a daily patrol of those areas as well, because drivers and pedestrians are feeling menaced by these folks that are begging on street corners, probably not out of any sort of necessity, but it is rather annoying and disconcerting to be bothered by people when you're stopped at a red light. So as I said, I wonder if staff might comment on this for me.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councilor McCreary. I believe that we can take those calls, and if we're able to, if there's not another emergency taking place, that we can attempt to respond to those. If we see that it's taking too much of a strain on the responses that we're having around our city properties and within the downtown area, we may suggest that we add on another vehicle and patrol guards in that case.
May I suggest that if you're able to, without too much ado, simply to include a drive-by of the St. Paul Ave subway traffic island once a day?
Yep, we can try and do that once a day, and
Yeah.
maybe on a complaint basis as well. We could also attempt to do that as well.
Yeah, I don't know that I don't know it's necessary to go beyond that, but that would certainly be a good start, Lees, if you could add that to their roster, and eventually the folks will go away and we won't have to do it again. So thank you for that.
On that note, if they could include Walmart and West Street, I've seen panhandlers there as well. Councillor Sless.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think we have to be very careful with this panhandling because I've had complaints on it going back to last summer, and it went through legal, and we're on very thin ice trying to move these folks. My understanding was you have to prove they were obstructing traffic before you can do anything. That's kind of the nuts and bolts of what I got back from going through the legal process. Was it's very, very hard. Heidi is here, perhaps she can comment further, but I think we have to be very careful on what we do.
Through the chair, the legal department would be happy to provide a memo to members of council. And if you wish to have that discussion further in closed session, we would be happy to have that with you there.
Thank you, Heidi. Any other questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, we'll call the question.
Item 6.1.5, interim progress report on pilot project for physical security guard services, carries unanimously on recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows. Councillors Vanderstel, Celeste, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, it brings us to 6.1.6. Councillor Vanderstel, I believe you had this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wasn't the only one who had it. Apotex did as well, along with city staff, put together the bare bones of this. And now there's a heck of a lot more beat on the bones about how to build a crosswalk together to keep literally hundreds of people safe on Spalding Drive as they go back and forth between the building over 3 shifts and to their parking lot. It's encouraging to see that we can work together on projects like this with major employers, major Brantford contributors in the city of Brantford. I wanted to make sure that I thanked all of the staff involved in the negotiations to make this possible, and a huge thank you to Apotex for working with us, approaching us, and coming up with a viable solution for not only the safety of their employees in that situation, but also addressing a serious traffic issue there where it was very tempting for people to speed down that section where it appears as though there's less activity happening on both sides of the road than you would normally see. It feels like an industrial kind of a section. But it's definitely not. We would see speeds of 80, 90 kilometers an hour. This is a collaborative effort, and I think it's a win-win all the way around. I'd just like to thank everybody for their efforts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I hope this project's very successful. I think this is a model for the way we need to handle pedestrian crosswalks instead of putting in full traffic lights at pedestrian crossings. And if this is successful, hopefully we can change some of those traffic signals to this kind of pedestrian crossover. Seeing no further comments, we'll call the question.
Item 6.16, Spalding Drive pedestrian crossover, carries unanimously on recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows. Councillors Vanderstel, Celeste, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Thank you. Now we come to the last item separated, 6.1.9, Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, I was a little alarmed about the cost of $10 per sign. Was that a competitive quote, or is that the going price for bag signs these days?
Through the chair, yeah, we've actually reached out to a few different sign companies, and that is the going price for the corrugated plastic. Plus, you also have the metal stand. That's what the price is.
Okay, thank you, Mark. And I won't have any more questions for you, Mark, but just a comment I want to make that on my drive through the city this week, I saw some CAA signs, very attractive. Please slow down, and there were 5 or 6 on one street. So it's, I think, together with CAA and other groups, other cities, the county. We just need to get that message across to everyone. I don't expect it's going to have the crazy drivers slow down any. I think they'll continue with their bad habits, and so they have a bad accident one day. But I just wanted to thank staff on this. And how will the signs be distributed in each ward?
Through the chair, we're actually work with Lori Doncaven from the CAO's office. She said that there's about approximately 25 neighborhood associations, and then there's also a few areas that actually aren't represented by neighborhood associations. So they're going to store all the signs and work with that. We're also going to work with the communications department to make sure that we get all that out there. So those people who want a sign are going to get a sign.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Good job.
Thank you. Councillor Wall.
Thanks, Chair Martin. There's so much stuff I want to say, and I'm honest to goodness restraining myself from saying it. I 100% support this, 100%. And if you go into social media, which sometimes can just be a place where you just don't want to be, there's been some comments made about how this is just frivolous or dumb or just this council doesn't know what it's doing. There's been some criticism about slowdown signs. And I got to think to myself, if the alternative is to not have slowdown signs, then I'm not going to do that. That's not good leadership. That's not good decision making. We've got speed limits. They're posted everywhere. You learn how to drive. They tell you to look at the signs. Like, you should know that you should be not going 70, 80 kilometers an hour in a school zone. But we tried that. So now the best way, one of the best ways, and another way to move this forward is to print these signs and have incredible community members take up valuable real estate on their front lawns to put these signs. Yeah, they look stupid. Yeah, we shouldn't need these things, but people should learn how to drive and just slow down. Last thing I'm going to say on this, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to just stand at the podium today, but I'm feeling fired up about this because I hate the way that people treat our residential roads like they're raceways. A very wise man once told me when I first got elected and I was complaining about all the bylaws that we were making, was that we don't create rules to punish people. We create these rules because good people want to follow the rules. Sometimes people get stressed out or they get into their tunnel vision and they're a little heavy on the gas and they're speeding and they might not even know they're speeding. And maybe, just maybe, they see one of these signs and slow down. If this saves one person from a rear end accident or from hitting a child, then any dollar we spend on this program was worth it. Just one accident spared, just one child safer, or elderly person trying to cross the street with groceries. How could you not support this? And Rand, thanks.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
Yeah, I'm fully in support of this, and I just want to express that I hope the neighborhood associations get the distribution of those because they have excellent communication capabilities. I know there's people waiting for these, so while there are critics out there, but while there's people waiting for these, let's make sure that they get them and they can distribute them to the people that want them. As we saw in a private episode on Baldwin Ave, they did work effectively. That was, and because what that was the street basically sent a message across the street to others on the street and those traveling on their streets that, hey, slow down. And I'm really, really happy at the turn that we've taken with these signs, because if I went before the Baldwin Ave episodes, there has been a few attempts by other individuals in the past, but they were using homemade signs or what have you. And they were actually in violation of a law because they would put the signs too close to the boulevards or what have you, and they'd be taken down and people would be frustrated. So it was interesting when I saw that the Baldwin Ave was using very high quality signs and the people were willing to pay and put their money up for them. And there was an effect along that street that was very welcome amongst others. For us to now follow through on that and provide what a message, and a message that the people on the streets can send to other people on their streets, that's what this is. It is you know, we say bylaws, as was said, we're not there for, it's a way for the street to control their neighborhood, which is kind of how we use bylaws, right? It's the same kind of thing. We use bylaws that people enforce things on their street the way that they want to see their street laid out. That's why not all bylaws infractions are acted upon. And so I think we'll see the areas that are more affected than others by high flow traffic concerns, because we tend to see that that is the case, particularly when it's people who don't necessarily live on the streets using it as a thoroughfare because they're not as courteous, right? That tends to be the result. So I'm very happy in this, and I'm looking forward to seeing what happens. And you know, the boo birds, well, they haven't been doing anything anyway, so let us give this a shot.
Thank you. Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One more comment, and that is the signs are designed to be mobile. And I'm hoping that the associations will move them around the wards to areas where there are hot spots. And it looks real. I've been on some streets where there have been 20 or 30 signs, and it is really, really effective, very visual, and has a big impact. And then you do that for a few days, and then you move them to another area, or move them around, you know, in different spots around the city. So I think I hope that the community will be creative in how they use and locate those signs, and let's see what results we get over this tryout period. Thank you.
Councillor Carpenter.
Yes, I wouldn't want us to lose sight of the fact that we know how successful this is going to be because we know what a problem this is in the city. But I wouldn't want us to lose sight that letting the individuals buy their own. They may want to purchase their own and keep their own rather than have them being moved around. So if we set a standard, which is what we've done here, and that's the standard for slow down signs in neighborhoods, then we can let residents purchase them if they wish, or through fundraisers, or even through community donations, through corporate donations. So I hope that we'll make that available as well, that these signs can be purchased as well. So we don't want to miss that opportunity for people that want to have their own signs. And they may move them around within the 3 or 4 houses in the neighborhood, like Baldwin Ave has been doing, as was mentioned by Councilman Turberg. That's been very successful on that street to slow that raceway down that street. Even the bus needed to slow down. So it's worked out fine. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions or comments, we'll call the question.
Item 6.1.9, speeding drivers, slow down signs, carries unanimously on recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor as follows: Councillors Vanderstel, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
That brings us to resolutions. Mayor Davis, I believe you have the first one. City County Liaison Committee composition.
Actually, I think I'd asked 6.2.3 to be separate. I thought I did.
Oh, you're correct. I missed that.
Yeah.
I made notes too close. You have the floor, Mayor Davis.
Do I have the floor? Great. Okay. So, you know, earlier this evening, we were bemoaning, and I think justifiably, is this what society's come to deal with you know, the issue of crime and social misbehavior, that we've got to block up stairways and spend a lot of money on security? Well, the answer to that is yes, because it's an immediate problem. But you know what? This is more optimistic. This is attacking the root cause. And what's this about? Well, it comes out of a reorganization. We've taken the recreational services, which, you know, focuses on recreational services for kids and whatnot. We combined that department with the social services, child services, and seniors as well. So the idea is we've taken those two services, we've combined them into one department with a consistent attempt now to be, and the end result is going to be, you know, a greater and more varied range of programming that will support children, youth, and seniors, and enhancing accessibility of those programs, because much will be done in community centers. and all at the same time taking advantage of organizational efficiencies that our senior staff have created through this reorganization. It's like a win-win, win-win, win-win. But the end result will be, and it's already we're starting to see it, is but it's still in early stages, is this more effective programming. And the research I've seen always tells us that if you're doing a better job in mentoring youth, providing youth with recreational activities that have behind it a life skills, a health skills component, the end result is, we have youth, many more youth that are leading a more healthy lifestyle, and you're setting them off on a more productive and healthy path to adulthood. And the end result of that is going to be less crime. It's going to be less mental health issues, less substance abuse issues. Unfortunately, you don't see it overnight. It happens over the course of 3, 5, 8, 9, 10 years. You got to do it consistently. You got to improve the programming, better mentoring. And this is setting the stage for that to happen in our city. And that gets me really excited, because I'd rather do this than put up a bunch of fences and have to spend, hundreds of thousands of dollars on security. And so it makes me very optimistic that we're doing this and that staff are being this innovative. So I think you can tell I'm pretty excited about it.
It shows a little bit. Councilor Carpenter.
Thank you. I'm glad the mayor separated this. I want to highlight an area of focus that you all know that I'm passionate about, and that's this has been broken into 4 groups. First of all, the neighborhood associations, children and youth, diversification and inclusion, and of course seniors that I'm passionate about. And we're talking about updating the City of Brantford's age-friendly plan, working with that group. And right now, a community strategy to prevent the abuse of elders in our community, support the goals of the Grand River Council on Aging, which we all know how great Lucy Marco and that group does. Delivering the Power of Attorney Awareness campaign, which is also on the agenda tonight. I appreciate your support on that. Delivering the Let's Get Moving campaign and keeping the community workshop series, explore the expansion of seniors recreational programming. And we're even looking at, when we do the parks now, we're thinking about our community parks, that playground equipment for seniors. I mean, there's activity for seniors in parks makes a lot of sense to have. It hasn't been thought of before, but we're doing it now. And explore the increased seniors recreational program, of course, at an affordable housing site, and support and implement income tax clinics for seniors is all part of the programs that we're moving. That's just one of the 4 pillars there, but I'm happy to sit on this group as your representative member of the council. There's a tremendous amount of people involved in this organization, in this group, making all this happening. And it's the collaborative approach of bringing everybody together. It really is working, and we're seeing programs working throughout the community, and everybody's being involved. It's very innovative, and it's working very well. Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for separating it.
Thank you for the positive comments. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll call the question.
Item 6.2.3, Community Programs and Social Development Department 2021 Priorities, carries unanimously on recorded votes. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows: Councillors Vanderstelt, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Thank you. Now we're into resolutions. Mayor Davis, you have the first one.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's moved by myself, second by Councillor Weaver. Whereas the City County Liaison Committee is comprised of 4 members of Brantford City Council and 4 members of the Brant County Council. And whereas Councillor Weaver is the city appointee of the committee, and whereas Councillor Weaver wishes to resign from the committee due to his scheduling conflicts, and whereas the appointment of members to this committee is completed via bylaw, and therefore be it resolved that Councillor Weaver be removed from the City Council Liaison Committee, and that Councillor Sless be appointed as a member of the City County Liaison Committee for a term to expire November 24th, 2021, and the necessary bylaw be presented to City Council for adoption. Mr. Chair, this is just a housekeeping, because most of these meetings, there have been a lot of them, but there could be more. They tend to take place during the day when Councillor Weaver's working. So we're just filling in a gap we have in that committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCurry.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I'd just like to add to that Councillor Weaver has had his work load increased considerably by the ministries since COVID has set us back here. And his time is extremely limited in the short term. And I would point out that despite Councillor Weaver's commitment to his regular source of employment, his attendance, as you'll see in the attendance records that are published by the city, I think today, is among one of the best. So his service, I think, should be recognized, and I'm sure he'd want to continue on with this if he simply had the time to. Okay.
Thank you. Seeing nothing further, I would like to echo those comments. Thank you, Councillor Weaver, for your service on this committee, and thank you, Councillor Sluss, for stepping up and filling in on this position. With that, we'll call the question.
Item 7.1, City County Liaison Committee composition carries unanimously on recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows: Councillors Vanderstel, Sluss, Martin, and Toski, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Councillor Carpenter, you have 7.2.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. It's moved by myself and seconded by my board mate, Councillor Cheryl Toski, that whereas the previous traffic calming warrant study concluded that traffic calming was not warranted on Garden Ave as per Public Works traffic calming policy, and whereas it has been over 3 years since the traffic calming warrant study was last conducted for Garden Ave, whereas always stop control installed on Garden Ave intersections have been insufficient as reducing travel speeds between intersections, and whereas residential development continues to be constructed at the east side of Garden Avenue, and whereas the new residential development will generate additional traffic on Garden Ave, and whereas residents continue to express concerns regarding vehicle speeds and need for traffic calming Garden Ave, now therefore be resolved that staff be directed to conduct traffic studies on Garden Ave, determine if existing conditions warrant traffic calming, and that the staff be directed to report back to council on the results of the Garden Avenue traffic study as per Public Works traffic calming policy. And just speaking to it quickly, the reason we're bringing this forward again now is through staff, is that this needs another look now that we've seen all the development that's happened on Garden Ave. We've had a whole new subdivision built and the filling in of the rest of Gray Street. And we at the same time, it's attached next to an industrial zone, and we keep having problems with truck traffic trying to take the shortcut, kind of like the shortcut we just seen through in Ward 2 there on Brant Ave. We're getting that shortcut through to County Road 18 and the industrial section of Garden Ave. So we're looking to find ways to resolve that. Thank you.
Okay, seeing nothing further, I'd just like to thank you for recognizing that always stops don't have the speed control effect that a lot of people think they do. And perhaps the warrant study will come back with a different recommendation. With that, we'll call the question.
Item 7.2, Garden Avenue traffic calming carries unanimously on recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows: Councillors Vanderstel, Sluss, Martin, and Toski, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, 7.3, Councillor Weaver.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution is moved by myself and it's seconded by Councillor Toski. Title is Neighborhood Association Community Safety Projects. And the resolution goes as, whereas the Neighborhood Alliance of Brantford is a committee comprised of neighborhoods association executive members whose goal is to work with staff to guide and provide resources to assist with the delivery of neighborhood association programs and activities. And whereas the Neighborhood Alliance of Brantford met virtually on Thursday, January 28th, 2021, and communicated a commitment to taking a proactive approach with the city staff and community stakeholders to develop resources to address community safety. And whereas neighborhood associations have been actively providing community-based programming to residents in Brantford since the early 1940s. And whereas it has been identified by the Neighborhood Alliance of Brantford that tools and resources are required to support neighborhood efforts in addressing community safety issues. And whereas several neighborhood associations have expressed interest in supporting and contributing to a plan to develop tools and resources that will assist neighborhood associations with addressing community safety issues. And whereas Mandy Samwell, in her dual role as the Neighborhood Alliance of Brantford's chair and the Eagle Place Community Association president, has been working with the Brantford Police Services and community stakeholders and has indicated her willingness to take a leadership role in the development of this program. Now, therefore, be it resolved that staff be directed to consult with the Brantford Police Services, city departments, and other community stakeholders about the development of a community watch program and provide a report to council before December 31st, 2021 that outlines research on best practices, options for implementation costs, and the capacity for partner agencies, including Brantford Police Services, to support the program. And B, that staff be directed to consult with neighborhood association volunteers, Brantford Police Services, and other relevant stakeholders to develop a community toolkit that would include marketing materials and workshops to support community safety and information sharing, and provide a report to council by the end of June 2021, outlining a program plan and associated cost. And if I could just speak to it briefly, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So I know Councillor Antosky and I have been trying to bring something like this forward for several years. We actually, we're pretty far along a few years ago, and then we had some issues with some of the partners needing some funding to create some of this programming, and we were basically grassroots. We didn't have any funding, so it went to the wayside. So I'm very happy to be able to support this along with Councillor Antosky. And I'd also be remiss if I didn't also just quickly mention two other people. So first, Lori Dawn, she was instrumental in helping bring this forward. She helped draft this. She's just a great community champion. And then the other community champion I think we do have to mention is Mandy Samwell. She's a gem, not only in Eagle Place, but in the city. And it's leadership that she's bringing to our community that helps make Brantford a better place to live. So I can't thank Mandy and her volunteerism enough. So I hope that we get full support on this item. And that's all my comments, Mr. Chair.
Okay, before I go to speakers, I have one question for Councillor Weaver. Did you look at the Citizens on Patrol program that the police have?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Walton.
Sorry, and there may be opportunities to kind of mold those two together to make one program. So that's being looked at. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, wonderful. Councillor Wall.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I fully intend on supporting this motion, no doubt. Because you brought Mandy up, I feel like I can't not echo that sentiment. She is a force to be reckoned with in Eagle Place, and she is an incredible community advocate. And I'm thankful for her friendship as well as for everything she does for the people of Eagle Place. And okay, so I had a constituent reach out to me about clause A in this, and I'm hoping that there's somebody who can comment on it. And it says that this is to provide a report to council before December 31st, 2021. And I'm wondering if that timeline is a very specific timeline that was chosen for a very specific reason. And then the constituent's concern was, is there any way to have that expedited? If not, I get it. I'm just curious. It just seems like a long way away, and I get that.
Go ahead, Lori Dunn.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, through to Councillor Wall. Thank you for the question. The timeline was basically just to provide us ample time to do the research that was required to engage our stakeholders, and understanding that we're working directly with volunteers, being respectful of their time. NAB, just for your reference, has been meeting virtually, and they meet monthly. And at our next NAB meeting, we will be formalizing a subcommittee upon approval of this resolution to move forward. So we are quite energetic, and the volunteers are very excited and happy to move this forward. So we thought just to provide the due diligence and to ensure that we capture all of the information that we require to just create the best tools possible, that we did need till the end of the year. Thank you.
Amazing. Would I be able to, if it's not at a turn, perhaps request that it be possible to report something back at the same time as, like, even if it's just an update on where it's at in June, instead of us having to wait until December, just along with that report that's already coming in clause B?
Through the chair, I am positive that that can be arranged. I just know that once we start working with the subcommittee, there will be some, solid information to share through to council. So I'm positive that we can bring something back before the end of June.
So does that need to be a friendly amendment, or is it fine that you guys will just do it?
I think that could be direction to staff, unless Laurie Don would like that as a amendment.
Through the chair, I'm fine to keep that friendly, and we will strive for, how does the end of May sound?
It sounds great to me. It's half as, okay, yeah, thank you. Awesome. Yeah, can't wait to vote for this.
Wonderful. Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. I'll wholeheartedly support this. There was a time when the only member of council that was supportive of neighborhood association was yours truly, and it was a struggle. And we had staff working very hard to make sure neighborhood associations didn't exist back then. And we had to fight. In fact, we had to take a trip to Guelph with our Parks and Recreation staff to show them how Guelph had so many neighborhood associations doing so many things and how they were involved. And now we've evolved to having a neighbor association front and center, and that's wonderful that that's happening. And then Cheryl will remember this when she was around the neighbor association and I was the rep, how we had to fight just to get the ball diamonds so that they could run programs in the community away from other groups that shouldn't have had them in the first place. And now we've taken neighbor association, we've made them front and center, and we've made that the community-driven process that's working very well. And then we're looking at moving hubs into the community as part of that program. This is the right direction to go. We knew that back then, and we're at the cusp of doing it now and finalizing it. It's wonderful work that we're doing here with neighbor associations. You'll always find me in support of a neighbor association, doing anything I can to help them whenever the need's there and whenever the resolutions on the table, you'll see me speaking in favor of neighbor associations. Thank you for the resolution, Councillor Weaver and Councillor Toski. Coming from neighbor associations and being on the executive of neighbor associations, you know too well exactly why this is needed and how beneficial this works. So thank you. I'll be supporting this 100%.
Seeing no further comments, we'll call the question.
Item 7.3, Neighborhood Association Community Safety Projects, carries unanimously on recorded votes. Members of the committee voting in favor as follows: Councillors Vanderstelt, Slass, Marn, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, that brings us to 7.4, which is Councillor Weaver again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This resolution is titled Natural Burials, and it's moved by myself and seconded by Councillor McCreary. Whereas natural or green burial is a way of caring for the deceased with minimal environmental impacts that aid in the conservation of natural resources, reduction of carbon emissions, protection for worker health, and the restoration and or preservation of habitat. And whereas natural burial is the simplest and oldest form of human disposition and has been practiced by human civilization for thousands of years. And whereas natural burials return the body to the earth in a protected green space so that the body can contribute to the earth's renewal. And whereas natural burial uses non-toxic biodegradable materials such as caskets, shrouds, and urns. And whereas a natural burial is a way of returning the body to the earth with little impact on the environment as possible. And whereas natural burials can be a spiritually fulfilling alternative to a conventional burial or cremation. And whereas natural burials can be more cost effective than the conventional burials. And whereas the Natural Burials Association advocates to promote green burial in every community and build awareness of natural burials among the public. And whereas there are 4 natural burial sites currently in Ontario, located in Niagara Falls, Picton, Cobourg, and Waterloo. Now, therefore, be it resolved that staff investigate and report back in Q3 regarding the possibilities of offering natural burials in the city of Brantford. And this, if I could speak to it, Mr. Chair, this was actually, this is, to be perfectly honest, the way I intend to be laid to rest, I guess, if you will. It never even occurred to me that the city didn't do this. and so a resident actually approached me, and she was actually looking into this, and she was a little disturbed that her and her family would have to go outside of the city that she lives in to do this. So I took it kind of by the reins and talked to staff, and staff have been phenomenal in helping assist in writing this resolution and doing the research. So again, this is requesting a report. It's not requesting that we do this. So I would ask that council keep an open mind, because I know this is new, but I really think the staff report will really dive deep and explain a lot of the processes and hopefully answer some of the questions that members of committee might have. So I would hope to get your support on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. Again, thank you, Councillor Weaver. I was looking at this actually option of natural burials, and actually came up at a GRCA meeting most recently, looking for locations and having a location in our community. And that's why that got me started to research it a bit and find out what's going on here and what could go on here. And there are some religious faiths that require natural burials, and quite frankly, so and they're being left out currently because we don't have that option. So it's something that is doable, and I think we should look into it, and we should expand our horizons and make this one of our options that's doable. So thank you very much for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is certainly very intriguing and it's interesting. It's as Councillor Weaver said, this goes back to the dawn of time with human beings, and so I'm very interested in seeing the report, and yeah, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
Yeah, I'm quite fascinated by this for the same reason. You wonder why it hasn't been done or isn't being done. So there are 4 places that are doing it. I know one time I thought it had something to do with it's like a shallow grave or something like that, or it doesn't have to go deep enough or something. But it's way out of my wheelhouse. So I'll be looking forward to the report on why this is coming, on how this, if not why we're not doing it, certainly how we can do it would be the response that we're looking for. So thanks for bringing this forward, Councillor Weaver.
Yeah, there's obviously a lot of questions around this, and I hope the report will be thorough enough to answer most of them. But any other questions I have, I'll wait till we see the report, because I'm sure most of them will be answered with the report. Seeing nothing further, we'll call the question.
Item 7.4, natural burials, carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Members of the committee vote in favor as follows. Councillors Vanderstout, Celeste, Marn, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, brings us to item 7.5. Councillor Carpenter, this one is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As this is moved by myself, I get seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Cheryl Antosky. Whereas neighborhood associations have been actively providing community-based programming, including the neighborhood ice rink program to residents in Brantford since the early 1940s, and you heard that earlier. Whereas residents are trespassing on the stormwater management ponds to ice skate continues to be an ongoing concern for us. Whereas the neighborhood rink program supported by city staff in collaboration with neighborhood association helps to mitigate the risk of unsafe skating on non-approved locations. And whereas approved neighborhood ice rink locations must be equipped with adequate space, hydro service to support required lighting, and a water service that includes meter devices and a legislative backflow prevention. And whereas currently there are 24 approved outdoor skating locations throughout the city, in addition to Harmony Square, for the community to enjoy each winter. And whereas the community garden program has proven to be a positive community-based initiative, enabling residents to access and learn about food. And whereas there are currently 15 community gardens in city parks throughout the municipality that require access to water to operate. And whereas numerous city parks lack existing water infrastructure to service community gardens, and now therefore be resolved that staff be directed to include in a 2022 budget funding to design and install a water service and other required infrastructure, including hydro lighting and backflow prevention at Johnson Park to accommodate a future neighborhood ice rink and existing community garden, and and that be directed to the inventory water servicing within city parks for the purpose of outdoor skating rinks and community gardens, and report back in Q3 2021 with the inventoried list of city parks that do not currently have a water service that could be considered for installation with capital projects to be undertaken adjacent to these locations. And see that the staff be directed to prepare an outdoor rink policy that shall address without limitation the appropriateness of site selection, infrastructure availability, rink size, and evaluating factors to rank new locations with the city, and report back to council in Q4 2021 with a draft policy. And so what I've noticed is certainly this one in Johnson Park, the residents here have been using the pond for a number of years. And this year, of course, it came to the attention of staff, and they were told they could not use this park for skating. Even, they were doing testing, they were responsible adults, but it's still not the right place to skate. And then they had asked Cheryl and I, Councilor Tosca and I, if we could look to get an ice rink in Johnson Park. And that is, of course, a new neighborhood that's been sprung up, and there's a lot of children and families there, and there isn't an ice rink in the area. And we've got a lot of volunteers that would be willing to do that. Secondly, we have community gardens in parks where staff are having to come and fill up the water jugs so that water can be accessed to water these gardens. And it would make a lot of sense that if we're going to have the community gardens in parks that need water, then we have a water service there that can also double in the wintertime and use for ice rinks. So that way we get, that's why I've asked to concentrate on those particular areas. We would reduce some staff time in providing water to those gardens, because the water would be there and the volunteers would take care of that. And then we'd have the ice rinks in the wintertime. So the Johnson Park is in here, but the other parks and locations are asked to be brought forward in the report for council's consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no questions or comments, we'll call the question on this controversial subject.
Item 7.5, infrastructure installations to support neighborhood ice rinks and community gardens, carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows: Councillors Vanderstelt, Sless, Martin, Natosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, resolution 7.6, Councillor Carpenter, you have the floor again.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and seconded by my ward mate, Councillor Cheryl Natosky. Whereas several requests for always stop control have been received, and whereas an always stop location has been requested at Hamilton Avenue at Avondale Crescent, and whereas an always stop location has also been requested at Hamilton Avenue and Albemarle Street, and whereas always stop location has been requested at Hampton Street and Rowanwood Avenue, and whereas development in the area has created a significant increase in vehicle traffic on the local streets, now therefore be resolved that staff be directed to send letters to the above noted locations for the purposes of receiving their response and are concerned with respect to consideration for always stop controls at the said intersections, and that staff be directed to complete always stop control warrant studies and report back in Q3 2020 with responses from the public engagement and results of the warrant studies. Thank you.
Councillor Antosky.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I just want a quick comment on this. Thank you, Councillor Martin or Councillor Carpenter, for bringing this forward. Since I've been on council, there's a couple of the stops here that residents have been asking for, and we've had a great deal of reconstruction in the area, and we were looking during those projects to see if we could alleviate some of the problems, and they continue. So I'm happy to see that we're going to take a fresh look at this with a lot of the new redevelopment done there.
Seeing no further questions, we'll call the question.
Item 7.6, always stop control, carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows: Councillors Vanderstelt, Sless, Martin, Natosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, that brings us to resolution 7.7. Councillor McCreary, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, thank you very much. I'll be looking for support of committee to support this resolution brought by me and seconded by Councillor Vanderstelt, as my ward mate is in the chair this evening. this directs staff to prepare a consultation piece for the ward councillors to take in the neighborhoods surrounding the new building to be constructed at Fairview Drive and Norman Street. What we're looking for is to get feedback with respect to whether neighbors on each of those streets feels that overnight parking restrictions are a necessity, given that in our opinion and the opinion of the neighborhood, that perhaps the parking on that site is not going to be sufficient, and that there's going to be significant spillover into the neighborhood, inconveniencing folks and affecting their quality of life. So as I said, I would hope that everybody would support this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, I'd just like to thank Councillor Vanderstel for seconding this. Obviously, I can't because I'm in the chair. Otherwise, I would have been happy to second this. When this issue came to council for approval, parking was raised by every delegation that came to speak against this, and had the support of Councillor Curry and I think this is a good way to ensure that the neighbors are heard and that we come up with a solution that the neighborhood can live with and that will deal with potential problems before they occur. So I think this is proactive thinking, and I look forward to this passing. So with that, we'll call the question.
Item 7.7, engagement regarding 34 Norman Street development, carries unanimously on recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor as follows: Councillors Vanderstel, Celeste, Martin, Toski, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Thank you. And that brings us to 7.8, a motion to waive the rules to amend something previously adopted. Councillor Wall, please move your resolution. Please note that we require a 2/3 for this to carry.
Thank you, Chair Martin. Clarification, do I read the whole motion now or do I read it after we waive the rules?
You read the motion to waive the rules along with the complete motion, and then if the motion to waive the rules carries, you just need to read the title the next time.
Fantastic, thank you. So moved by myself and seconded by Mayor Davis, confirming. There we go, confirmed. That's section 15.11.5 of the procedural bylaw regarding the introduction of a resolution without prior notice be waived in order to introduce the following resolution. Motion to amend something previously adopted, Essential Workers' Day. Whereas Brantford City Council on May 26, 2020 passed a resolution proclaiming March 17th to be Essential Workers' Day in the City of Brantford. And whereas the Essential Workers' Day resolution was sent to MPP Will Boma and MP Phil McColeman to respectfully request that the Government of Ontario and the Government of Canada formally declare March 17th to be Essential Workers' Day to honor all of the essential workers who sacrificed so much during the COVID-19 pandemic. And whereas Khalid Rashid, MPP of Mississauga East Cookville, introduced Bill 230, Frontline and Essential Service Worker Week Act 2020 to the Legislative Assembly of Ontario, proclaiming the third full week of March in each year as Frontline and Essential Worker Week. And whereas on December 2nd, 2020, the second reading of Bill 230, Frontline and Essential Service Worker Week Act 2020 was carried and referred to Standing Committee. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Essential Workers' Day resolution passed by Brantford City Council on May 26, 2020 be amended to reflect that the third full week of March in each year to be proclaimed as Frontline and Essential Service Worker Week in the City of Brantford. B, that the clerk be directed to provide a copy of this resolution with a covering letter to MPP Will Boma and MP Phil McColeman to respectfully request that the Government of Ontario and the Government of Canada formally support Bill 230, Frontline and Essential Service Worker Week, to honor all of the essential workers who sacrificed so much during the COVID-19 pandemic. And C, that all municipalities across Ontario and Canada be invited to proclaim the third full week in March to be Frontline and Essential Service Worker Week in the respective municipalities, and that a copy of this resolution be provided to AMO, LUMCO, FCM, and Roma for that purpose. And if I can speak to this very quickly and briefly.
You can speak to the merits of waiving the rules.
Fantastic. And then I'll speak to it hopefully afterwards. I'm so thankful to this council for passing the original resolution. And because of that and our work, this has now gone to Parliament. And we want to make sure that what we did is in line with what they're deciding to do with it. And that's why it's important that we waive the rules to do this, because it's March and that's it.
Any further questions or comments on the merits of waiving the rules? Seeing none, we'll call the question.
The motion to waive the rules regarding notice prohibitions carries with a 2/3 vote that's required. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows: Councillors Vanderstelt, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Now, Councillor Wall, if you'd like to move your resolution, you just need the title this time.
Great. So moved by myself and seconded by Mayor Davis. Motion to amend something previously adopted, Essential Workers Day.
Thank you. Speakers. Mayor Davis.
Yeah, I wanted to congratulate Councillor Wall. You know, what the provincial and federal governments have done in recognizing essential workers, for all of the sacrifices and the work they've done in providing essential services for us over the last year, not to mention before that, but over the last year at some risk, and you know, and much stress and strain for them as they went through this, and are unfortunately still going through it as we deal with it. But anyway, so I mean, we knew Councillor Wall prepared this at a very small hand, was very happy to second it last year, but what's really I think very rewarding for Councillor Wall and this council is that that was the spark that unquestionably led to the provincial legislation, the federal legislature doing this. They've expanded it from a day to a week. That's great. You know, congratulations, Councillor Wall. It's kind of come back full circle. And now it's going to be an entire week, which is probably better than a day. Thanks.
Councillor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to remind Councillor Wall and committee, I believe I said when this gets to the federal government, hopefully you can actually attend, so you can be present when they do this. Obviously, because of COVID, you cannot. But really high praise to you, Councillor Wall. This is excellent. Thank you.
Councillor Sless.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to support this. The one thing I noticed that there's nothing in here that the City of Brantford is proclaiming this week. Is that something that's coming forward next week? Proposed to come forward? Perhaps when Councillor Wall, I believe he's next to speak, he can maybe address that during his remarks.
Yep, hopefully. Were you through, Councillor Sless?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, before I go to second time speakers, I think the fact that the government decided to go with a week instead of a day shows how impressed they were with what Councillor Wall was putting forward. And I think it's wonderful that that started here in Brantford. Many things that have been picked up by the federal or provincial governments have started here in Brantford. And it's nice to see that this is continuing that tradition. And congratulations, Councillor Wall. And with that, Councillor Wall, second time speakers.
Thank you all for your kind words. I want to extend that thank you to this council for supporting the resolution and for helping inspire me to write it. I mean, I would do nothing without all of you, and I'm thankful because we are all a sum of our parts. I also want to give a huge shout out to the clerk's department and to Heidi, who took my call that night and actually helped me draft this. Of course, my fiance Stephanie, who was part of the inspiration for doing this. Huge shout out to MPP Will Boma. He was the one who put me in contact with his colleague, MPP Khalid Rashid, and we had a really great phone call and discussion with his office about it. He was gracious enough to actually quote me in his reading and talk about the great city of Brantford. So if I'm forgetting anybody who was integral in writing this, I am tremendously thankful to everybody because this is a really amazing moment. And now I just want to get super serious for a second. We owe a great debt to the essential workers who kept this country going all this time. It's insane what we're going through right now. No one expected it. No one could have planned for it. There isn't any way to remediate it. It's a simple fact that, you know, we're all in this together. and there were people who were called upon and had responsibilities and weights thrust upon their shoulders that we would never expect people to carry in regular day-to-day life. And they have come through remarkably. And I hope that this is more than just a week to pay respect and tribute to essential workers, but I hope that this begins a conversation about making sure that our essential workers are treated fairly, that they are compensated accordingly, that they are treated like the essential workers that they are. Because when the time came and we wanted to know whether or not we were going to have clean water, or if our garbage was going to get picked up, or how am I going to get my prescription, or how am I going to get groceries, or how am I going to eat, medical treatment, people still got sick, accidents still happened. Frontline workers, essential workers, they are the fabric of our society, and I am thankful for them. And this resolution was always meant to be a tribute to them. And I'm thankful for all of you. I'm thankful for this council. I'm thankful for our government. I'm thankful we live in a world that's pulling through this. So, thanks.
Councillor Carpenter.
Thank you. And you've heard me say this before, but my daughter-in-law is an RPN and my daughter's an RN. And I speak to them every day. And there are workers that are working in the grocery stores. And what we found through this pandemic is those that are earning the least amount of money are the most important workers, not the athletes, not those making the big dollars, not the office, big corporate office, head offices making all the money. That's not what's important. What's important is our essential workers. But I don't want us just to have a week about essential workers without doing something. And by recognizing what they're doing and the work they're going through, the hard work they're going through. We know in our long-term care homes and in our hospitals and our healthcare situations, that hasn't improved. The numbers haven't improved. The funding hasn't improved. Their workload hasn't improved. I can tell you that there are nurses and that come home every day in tears. They are under great stress. We have workers that are not being appreciated out there, not just by a resolution that says we're going to give you a week and recognize you in a week. More has to be done. They have to be recognized for the quality of work they do and how important they are. One way we can do it as individuals, the governments need to do their part, federal and provincial, and I don't think they have yet, but they need to. We can do it by thanking them. Every time I have to go and purchase something, I make sure I thank the person. I thank you for working. Thank you for working, because I know they're under risk and I know they're concerned. And I know there's under a lot of stress for a lot of workers out there. It needs to be more than recognized with just saying we're going to give them a week. I'm not trying to demean the week. The week is a great thing that we should be doing. But governments need to not just pass legislation saying that we're going to give you a week and thank you for the week. Governments need to step up and do more so that those people can earn a decent living and be treated with better respect than they actually have been. Thank you.
Councillor Van Tilburg.
Yes, I want to thank the essential workers that were the inspiration behind Councillor Wall's resolution, which was the inspiration behind MPP Rashid's inspiration to bring forward the resolution. And we're watching that go across the province. And you know what? A little sparks here in Brantford. So, you got to start with something, and that's what grows. I think that's what's always made Brantford strong. Councillors that can pick up on things like this. And let's not lose sight of the fact that the essential workers are the ones least likely to get those holidays that we always deem for our employees, because guess what? They're essential workers. So when you have a holiday, they're the ones still working. When you have all these things that come before us, it's the essential workers that have to keep doing the grind. And as was just mentioned earlier, the compensation is not there for many essential workers. In fact, some of them who were expecting a decent working wage didn't receive it because they probably weren't viewed as essential at the time. Probably weren't viewed as necessary. And we saw particularly in the early strokes of last year, how essential they were, how much they make the fabric of our community. The fact that a proposal of 1 day was expanded to a week is significant. It's major significant. It'd be nice when we actually go and adopt that same week, but it started with that spark of 1 day from one councillor. And now we have to move to the next step. And that is, now that we're going to say, yes, you're an essential worker, yes, it's Essential Workers Week, to see something come forward from with a little more tangible benefit to those who are doing the grind day in, day out. We're assured that we're going to have another pandemic of some sort in the future, some other tragedy happen in the future. And a lot of our frontline workers, yes, we have some very well compensated frontline essential workers, but a lot of the frontline workers are not. They're struggling often with 2 part-time jobs and positions to make ends meet. Maybe not even able to watch us tonight on council because they're busy doing their job. So this is an amazing, first of all, the resolution prior was amazing. The fact that it's being taken across the province is even more amazing. And if there's an absolute tangible benefit and a reward for those essential workers, mission accomplished. So it starts somewhere. It starts with that first step. Congratulations, Councillor Wall. And I hope you can be able to attend at the province when they go and they pass that, because they will pass this resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to quickly thank Councillor Wall for his passion and hard work in drafting up this resolution with the help of staff and recognition of essential and frontline workers and professionals. So thank you, Councillor. Well done.
Councillor Wall.
Thank you. I just want to confirm with clerk staff. I think what Councillor Sless was trying to say earlier, is there anything in here that is declaring the last week of March Essential Workers Week in the City of Brantford, or do we have to amend it on the fly here today?
Through the chair, Chris Gauthier, Deputy Clerk, to confirm with Councillor Wall, what this resolution is essentially doing, it's adopting a previous decision of council that proclaimed March 17th as Essential Workers Day, and it is changing that day to the 3rd full week of March and changing the name of the proclamation from Essential Workers Day to Frontline Essential Service Worker Week. That's consistent with the provincial bill right now.
All right, then, if I may, I would like to just say for the record that this council hereby declares the final week of March to be Essential Workers Week.
And with that, we'll call the question on yet another controversial topic.
Item 7.8, the motion to amend something previously adopted, Essential Workers Day, carries unanimously on recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor as follows: Councillor Vanderstel, Sless, Martin, Antosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, that brings us to 7.9, immunization clinic relocation. And I have Councillor Weaver listed as being the mover of this.
That will actually be Councillor Utley, Mr. Chair.
Okay, Councillor Utley, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Weaver that section 15.11.5 of the procedure bylaw regarding the introduction of a resolution without prior notice be waived in order to introduce the following resolution: COVID-19 immunization clinic relocation. Whereas it was recently announced that the Brant County Health Unit has formally entered into an agreement with Wilfrid Laurier University to provide a mass COVID-19 immunization clinic located at 1 Market Street. And whereas as a partner with Public Health on the Emergency Operations Advisory Committee since the onset of the pandemic, the City of Brantford has offered the Brant County Health Unit several city-owned venues as options for their consideration for the provision of mass COVID-19 immunizations in the City of Brantford. Whereas the city-owned venues offer fully accessible access to services as well as parking availability. Now therefore be it resolved that the Corporation of the City of Brantford respectfully requests that the Brant County Health Unit reconsiders one of the city's fully accessible buildings for the provision of the mass COVID-19 immunizations for residents of the City of Brantford. And further, that council appreciates and supports the EOC and city staff's ongoing efforts to provide the Brant County Health Unit with whatever assistance it requires towards the common goal of reducing coronavirus transmission and keeping our community healthy and safe.
Okay, Councillor Weaver, to the merits of waiving the rules.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'll wait for hopefully for this to pass and then like to speak to the item.
Okay, we'll call the question then on waiving the rules, keeping in mind we need a 2/3 vote.
The motion to waive the notice provisions of a resolution carries unanimously on recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows: Councillors Vanderstel, Sless, Byrne, Natosky, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Okay, Councillor Utley, if you could move your motion.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move the COVID-19 immunization clinic relocation, seconded by Councillor Weaver. If I may, Mr. Chair, I'd like to read out a message that I received this morning. And it came from a woman in her 80s. Could you please explain to me why One Market Square was chosen to be where we are to receive our vaccine? This is definitely not an accessible location for seniors or anyone with mobility issues. Many 80+ individuals have mobility issues. Are they expected to park in the parking garage, which is very confusing, and then find their way to the clinic, climbing upstairs outside and inside? Many do not have the stamina to even walk that far. Is there a drop-off area near the entrance? I have so many questions, and I am not alone. Everyone I talk to is wondering why this location was chosen. Please explain the rationale behind this decision. And then I got 2 or 3 calls after that from adult children concerned about their senior parents, and they weren't so gracious, I can tell you. Mr. Chair, I wonder through you if we could, if Councillor Carpenter will be kind enough to contact Grand River Council on Aging to get their input to the location that was selected by the health unit. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, with that, we have a long speakers list. Councillor Weaver, you're first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so Market Street. So when you take a look at the structure, I think we've all been there probably at some point in time when it was either the Eaton Center or even more recently. Market Street entrance is really the only entrance that has a flat surface to walk into. On the other side, you have to go up or down stairs. And so the elevator will definitely be needed at this location. So I'm hopefully the elevator is in good repair. I'm not sure if Laurier's been using it or if they've kept that up, but hopefully that was something that was considered. And I do have a question for staff, if I could, Mr. Chair. So perhaps maybe Brian could answer. So Brian, I heard that at one point we actually gave tours of some of our facilities to the health unit. Could you kind of walk us through the timeline of when that occurred and just, what the city is trying to do to assist the health unit with the vaccination process?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Weaver, and through Mr. Chair Martin. We've worked collaboratively with all the institutions in the City of Brantford, including the hospital as well as the health units. was recently in the minutes of the Unified EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, on December 23rd. We offered, it said community centers remain closed and can be used as vaccination centers in the future. On December 23rd, the city offered that up at the Unified EOC. In mid-January, the public health units sent us an email that they were looking at Woodman. It provides a functional space that will be utilized. They utilized back in the summer and the fall. They use the Woodman Community Center. And they were also considering Northridge, also now known as Walter Gretzky, and also as well as Doug Snooks and Lions Park on a rotational basis. I'm sorry, not Doug Snooks, I apologize. Northridge and Lions Park, and that was mid-January. Late January, we sent them a contract. They were still very interested in Woodman Community Center, as well as the two other centers on rotational basis. And they decided to decline that contract on those two centers. We then took them through tours of the Civic Center, and as well as Wayne Gretzky in Lions Park as well. Again, they told us at that time their preference and ranking was number one, the Wayne Gretzky Center Arena and Gym. Number two, just the Wayne Gretzky Center Arena. Number three was the Civic Center. Number four was Woodman, and number five was Northridge Walter Gretzky at that time, and that was February 10th. We proceeded along those routes to try to draw up contracts. And they told us they're very interested because other communities were using arenas, and that was their preference in an email to us. So all along, we've continued to work with with the BCHU. Just till recently on February 18th, they decided they also wanted to look at City Hall and the Tourism Center. We told them that City Hall would still be occupied to midsummer and the Tourism Center is about the same time. And then we found out this Laurier decision through an inadvertent discussion with the SEO of Laurier. So that's the timeline, Councillor Weaver. If that's wanting further explanation, I can provide more, but that is the timeline.
You're on mute, Councillor Weaver.
Sorry about that. No, thank you, Brian. I think that kind of lays out what's occurred. It is a little unfortunate that the city wasn't part of the discussion about Laurier. At the end of the day, it's the health unit's decision. It's not the city's decision. But the press release that came out, I don't think was very clear. And I think that caused a lot of confusion from the health unit when a lot of the residents actually think it was a decision of council or a decision of the municipality, and that's just not the case. So I'm happy to have this second this resolution so we can clear that up first. And then secondly, again, offer our assistance. There's nothing more important that the city's doing right now than making sure that we have a successful vaccination program. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Davis, you're next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Kind of a bit of a summary, because certainly I've been involved in our Emergency Operations Center, so I know some of what Mr. Hutchings talked about by firsthand experience. Because, since the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic, the City of Brantford, we worked in partnership with all of the region's public health agencies to provide, it was mutual support, because we're united in the goal of reducing coronavirus transmission and keeping as many people in our community as safe and as healthy as possible. And, as partners in the Emergency Operations Advisory Committee, which we call the EOC or EOAC, the City of Brantford, we've been in constant contact with the Brant County Health Unit for several months now, as you heard from Mr. Hutchings, offering to provide various city venues for the purposes of a mass vaccination center in Brantford. And I can confirm, as Mr. Hutchings said, that there were some specific site venues offered for this purpose, including the Wayne Gretzky Sports Center, the Lions Park Arena, the Brantford Civic Center, the arena, the Wood, because the auditorium's occupied by the hospital and the testing center, and Woodman Community Center. And the city's offers to provide these city facilities, they were declined by the public health unit, citing that it didn't meet their criteria, some of which are laid down and imposed by the province. And so, I want to make it clear we were not consulted about the ultimate decision regarding the vaccination center located at 1 Market Square. Nor does the city have any, the city, the mayor's office, city council, city staff have any jurisdiction over the rollout of the vaccination plan, because under a direction imposed by the Ministry of Health and the Ministry of Long-Term Care. It's the health units across the province, ours included, that does have the authority and the jurisdiction to kind of roll out the vaccination plan, determine how it's going to be done, and where it's going to be done. And I want to emphasize that the Brant County Health Unit is an autonomous organization, meaning that it's separate from the city. It's not part of the city government. And that's a little bit unusual. Many other communities, it's not. And it's like, for in Hamilton, it's part of the city government. Here, we're one of 4 areas in the province that is not done, that it is a separate organization. And so, we at the city, we have no power to direct the public health unit what to do and how to manage its vaccination center program. However, through this resolution, I think what we're doing is we're confirming our support for the health unit in this battle against the virus, while at the same time hoping that it might take a second look at the Market Square site, or at least consider a third location being one of the city venues that have been offered. But I want to stress throughout that we've tried to take a very responsible position. Our position is not to make the decisions regarding the vaccination network and the vaccination program, but to be as supportive as we can to our public health agency here in the city, and that will continue. So we're simply asking, take a second look, consider another site, because we do have those facilities that we're prepared to fully cooperate with the health unit in making them work as best can for the purpose of mass vaccination program. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We have Councillor Wall next.
Thank you, Chair Martin. I guess one of the things about being third in the queue is that a lot of my questions have been asked and answered. I'm still going to ask some questions though. What exactly prohibits us from just setting up a vaccination clinic in the Civic Center now then?
You're muted, Brian.
I can through you, Mr. Chair. We could set up this in the Civic Center. We would use the marina side, which is accessible. We can't use the auditorium because it's being used right now for testing. We could set it up, but we don't have vaccine and we don't have people to administer that vaccine. That's a decision of the public health, the Brant County Health Unit.
So Mayor Davis touched on it in his speaking opportunity, because again, like many of the other councillors, my phone lit up like a Christmas tree today from concerned people regarding the location in Market Square or One Market. And it was really difficult to not have the answer. We are looked at to have answers. So could you elaborate on the breakdown in communication? Like, why didn't we know?
I can't answer that, Councillor. I'll try to answer that as best I can. We were working collaboratively on all our sites, and then we found out inadvertently about the possible use of One Market. That was about a week before the announcements. I was told somebody would get back to me about that decision, whether they're going to use our sites or our sites at the city or One Market. Nobody got back to me until basically the press announcement went out that night. So. First we have heard the final decision was when the press release went out so I can't speak for the communications at the BCHU.
My next question, again, Mayor Davis alluded to it. When people question us on this process, they question it based on what they know, what their friends know, what they're hearing from other people. And they're like, well, other cities got their act together. How come you don't? How come we don't have a better handle on things when it comes to the Brant County Health Unit? I mean, Mayor Davis, I can't remember the word he used, but they're an autonomous organization. Why is that?
So if I can through Mr. Chair, this is I worked in the Niagara region for 14 years where the health unit was embedded within the organization. As Mayor Davis mentioned, this is one of 4 in the province that is separate. It's regarding provincial rules, regulations, and history. Now they're set up in various communities. I can't speak to exactly why that is, the history behind that, but it is a bit of an anomaly in the province.
Okay, my last comment is simply on, echoing what some of the other councillors said. We take this very seriously. we want to ensure that every member of our community is as safe as possible in every capacity. And that means being able to get the vaccine. And I am wholeheartedly ready to support this motion. And I just hope that a representative from the health unit is watching and is willing to take it to whomever needs to hear it, that we're here. And communication has never been easier. And there should never be a time when something as important as this is miscommunicated. And I hope that moving forward, no matter what it is, we can work on that communication because it's imperative. I mean, we've got 120,000 people, in this community and in the periphery that need to know what's going on. And when information isn't relayed correctly, misinformation thrives. And misinformation about this virus and misinformation about the vaccine, misinformation about where to get it, when to get it, how to get it is terrifying. And it's easy to understand why people are scared. So let's work together.
Okay, I had Councillor Sluss next on the list, but I see he's lost his connection. So we'll move on to Councillor Antosky. Did you take your hand down?
Thank you, Chair. I did. I was just going to be repeating what everybody else was saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van Tilburg.
It appears like all of our phones and emails must have been going off. And I know the health unit's been providing services and flu shots and things like this for decades upon decades, but I don't think I've ever had a situation where the public is called in to complain about a location and then they would be writing off numerous locations, obviously ones used in the past and whatever. And I have to wonder because of the locations provided by the city, any one of those would have not probably lit up our phones, not to this degree. And I have to wonder what it was that was behind that decision, what thinking and rationale, and perhaps we'll get that. But I think the lack of even letting us know that the city locations provided weren't going to be used, that's just common decency to let us know that we found an alternative location for you. Whether or not we get an opportunity to comment on it, or it's a whole different thing. But the fact is, we should have known. I was overwhelmed by people having issues, and these aren't people that actually communicate a lot on Facebook. These are people saying, what's going on? I do these things in the past. Why is it there? That's so difficult, to the point where I've had to find somebody to give me a ride out to Paris, out to the county. I don't think it makes sense when we say we're trying to provide an accessible location in the city that people are calling me to say that they're actually going out to the county because it's more accessible. So there's a misconnection there. This is a revisit. We have no say. I think the fact of the anomaly of after spending a little bit of time on some issues that are hitting the city that we get blamed for, but we're not responsible for at all. And that I've now discovered that we're an anomaly amongst that's that small. I didn't realize there were so few in the same position. I never thought I might want to have health unit services delivered under a city umbrella. You'd think the autonomy would be nice, but when you see the way the flow is from the community, perhaps that's a change that needs to come in the future. Certainly needs to be reviewed and analyzed. Obviously, that again is outside of our purview. That's probably something from the province. But we're having a trend going on, and this is the middle of a pandemic. This is something we've never seen before. This is something where all hands are on deck working together. And it sure didn't feel that way. Thank you.
Welcome back, Councillor Slush. You missed your turn, but hopefully your internet connection will stay solid while you have your speaking opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure what I missed, so I apologize if I say something totally out of context, not knowing what's been said ahead of me, but I'm not here to debate it tonight. I don't think that's my place. I don't know whether it's been stated, but the mayor, Councillor Van Tilburg, and myself represent the city on the Board of Health. And I can assure the folks at home, I can assure them that the Board of Health did not make this decision. This was a staff level decision. I don't know whether that's been said, but that's rather important. The city didn't make this decision. I've been accused on the phone for being stupid for making this decision. I said, well, we didn't make it. And they seem to know I sat on the Board of Health. They said, well, you made it there. I said, no, I didn't. I heard about it from the first person that called me complaining about where it was. So we have had a breakdown of communication. There's no question about that. But what I have done, and I don't know whether the mayor spoke to it or whether Councillor Van Tilburg did, but I called the chair who's of the Board of Health, who is Councillor Bell from the County of Brant. And he has agreed and arranged. He's the only one that can call an emergency board meeting, and he has. And we're having one this coming Friday at 4:30 to discuss the situation of vaccination centers within the city of Brantford, and I guess in the County of Brant, to be quite candid. The whole situation will be addressed at that meeting. So hopefully something will come out of that. I'll save my comments that might not be as complimentary for that meeting. This evening, I think it's important to assure the folks at home that we have concerns as well, and that we will be discussing all of the situation with vaccinations. At the end of the day, we just want everybody to get as vaccinated as fast as they can, as safely as they can, and move on from this whole thing that we've been stuck in for over a year. I think that's the common goal, and we'll have a discussion about that common goal on Friday. So hopefully something will come out of that meeting, and the moment it does, there will be communication to the wider public as to what's going on. Okay, so having said that, thanks for the opportunity, Mr. Chair, and pardon my internet connection. I had Bell here on the weekend, and they said they fixed it. Obviously, they haven't. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sluss. That was all new information, so you weren't repeating anything. So thank you for that. Councillor McCreary.
Well, I hope mine lasts, because I've been kicked off a couple of times as well, Mr. Chair. I am aware that there are 3 members of this council that sit on the Brant County Health Unit. I wonder if staff could tell me what the total complement of membership on that board is?
Actually, I might defer to the members on there. I believe there's 8 members, 3 from the city, 2 from the county, or 3 from the county, I'm sorry, including the mayor, as well as two citizens. But I could be correct if I'm wrong. It's off the top of my head.
There's actually 4.
4.
Yeah, so there's 9 in total.
Okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you for that information. Having heard that, can staff explain to me why this council is writing a request to the health unit to take action that we could be directing our board members to bring as a resolution this Friday?
Through you, Mr. Chair, this is a notice of motion from Councillor Weaver and from Councillor Utley, and he can bring this forward. He has the freedom to bring this forward. We gave him a wee bit of assistance to Councillor Utley, so it's his direction.
Thank you. Okay. So, Mr. Chair, having heard that, I would like to introduce an amendment when you deem the time appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, we still have first-time speakers. Councillor Carpenter, you're next.
Thank you. I had heard some of the same concerns everyone else has heard, and the first question I said to myself is, surely the health unit has a good reason why they've made this choice, and I'm sure I'm going to hear about it soon. I have not heard that good reason yet. And if they stick with this location, I guess the best we can do is provide some parking along that location for disabled parking only, so that the seniors that over 80 that need to go to that location to get vaccinated can actually access, and on that curb in a safer, safest way as possible. The logic is still, I'm still shaking my head. How do we manage to get 80-year-old in walkers around the curb and into that building to receive a vaccination? The other thing is vaccination sites, they are permanent. They're going to be there till the fall. So we need permanent vaccination locations. We need a better system. Even the system, it crashed right away. Even if I'm just thinking off the top of my head, but maybe, alphabetically, you could have had those over 80 apply for their vaccinations. So we didn't have the crashing or it automatically booked up within the first hour and then the site go down. I guess this is the first blush at it. We're going to be at it for a while, but as the mayor and everyone else has said, we've been willing to all along to do whatever it takes. I guess the question I would have if I was on that board, and I can see, I would be quite angry that I didn't have a say or it wasn't even aware as a board member what was going on. That would never happen on the John Noble board and never has happened on the John Noble board. And it shouldn't be happening there. Board members should know what's going on there. And they shouldn't find out about reading it in the paper or a press release. They should already know. And I don't blame you for being angry. I would be angry if I was on that board right now. I'd like to know what's going on. I'd like to have a say in it. If this is the province doing this, where the province is saying the Board of Health will do what we tell them under a process, and maybe it has to be approved. I'm not sure. I don't have that information. I don't know exactly why and how it's working. So I certainly would want to bring our MPP in the loop of what's going on here. And we don't need this frustration. The Board of Health doesn't need the frustration. The workers at the health unit don't need this frustration. The community doesn't need this frustration. We need to have a clear understanding of what we're doing to get people vaccinated. It's bad enough that the vaccines aren't rolling through as quick as they should, and it's bad enough that the world is playing financial. Who's got the best finances to be able to afford to move vaccines around the world? And we got to fight for our vaccines. And it's bad enough that corporations are getting filthy rich off of vaccines, and we're not fighting this war collectively. But locally, for crying out loud, let's get our act together and make sure that we can get our senior citizens vaccinated and safe as soon as possible. It's just not happening, and it doesn't provide the community to feel very comfortable. And this is the wrong approach. So we, as a council and as leaders, and with the Board of Health, need to get together and work together in a positive way to ensure the community and build confidence in the community that we know what we're doing and we're going to make sure that everyone is safe. This isn't happening now, but we can do that. We have to work together to do it. And whatever the Board of Health decides, then we'll make sure we can make sure the surrounding area is accessible as much as we possibly can from our side. Thank you.
Councillor Vanderstel, you're next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also have an amendment. I'll wait until all the other commenters are done. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Weaver.
Thank you. Just looking at the time, it's 9:46. There's two speakers and an amendment, so I think we may need to extend the hour.
Yes. Moved by Councillor Vanderstel, seconded by Councillor Weaver. Sorry, Councillor Weaver, did you have something to say about?
No, I believe we just spoke by a showing of hands.
No, it's on your e-scribe now.
Yep, thank you.
Through the chair, just waiting for Mayor Davis to submit his vote.
Yeah, it's got a technical problem here.
Mayor Davis, if we're having technical issues, oh, there we go.
The motion to extend the hour for the consideration of this item carries on a recorded vote of 9-2. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows: Councillors Vanderstel, Sles, Martin, Wall, Van Tilburg, McCreary, Utley, Weaver, Mayor Davis. Those opposed, Councillor Antosky and Councillor Carpenter.
Okay, before we go to amendments, I haven't had a chance to speak on this yet. Members of council will remember a little while ago, we got a memo indicating that the health unit was considering using a rink at the Gretzky Center. and that it would be necessary to cancel all programming there and remove the ice to make it accessible and ready for them. And then the next thing I find out, I read in the newspaper that they've decided on 1 Market Street. It was a bit of a shock to me, and it was a concern because my mother's in the cohort that's due up for vaccinations next. And I offered to drive her because I know it's going to be a problem finding parking in the downtown and being able to park close enough. So hopefully we can get a different site available, one that is more accessible to seniors who will be the first cohort to be going forward through this vaccination. And it's going to be interesting to see what comes back from the health unit. So we'll deal with amendments next. We have Councillor McCurry first for an amendment.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Could we see the original resolution on the screen, please? I don't have a copy of it on my desktop. Okay, so I think, Mr. Chair, I think what I'm going to ask is that if we look at the sentence that begins, "The Corporation of the City of Brantford respectfully requests," what I would substitute, and I hope the clerk can get this in one take, the Council of the Corporation of the City of Brantford hereby directs that its representatives on the Brant County Health Unit Board bring a resolution to the board meeting Friday, March the 6th, I guess would be the date, that the board reconsiders one of the city's fully accessible buildings for the provision of the mass immunizations. So that would be my amendment, that instead we simply give direction to our reps to bring a resolution on that date, Mr. Chair, seeking a seconder.
Okay, because the resolution's on the screen, I can't see everyone. Is there someone willing to second this? Councillor Vanderstel, thank you. Did you wish to speak to it, Councillor McCurry?
I will, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I do want to point out one bit of errata that's been talked about today. Once one is inside the building at 1 Market Street, it is fully accessible, okay? It's all on one level, so that's not an issue. I think what the issue is the accessibility from the community to get to the site. Councillor Carpenter has asked about making parking spaces available, but this is going to be ongoing for some time. And the parking downtown is at a premium as it is. And there would probably only be 10 parking spaces that would be really appropriate to do this. And I don't believe the building is accessible from the Culver Street side, only from the Dalhousie side. So my amendment does this. Rather than asking this arm's length body to act on something that the City of Brantford is suggesting, clearly that has been completely ineffective, even though we've offered some pretty good locations that are far superior to this one with respect to access by car and by transit. And I think what we really need to do is abandon our hands-off approach that we've taken with the health unit during this pandemic and direct our folks, namely John and Brian and Kevin, to bring this to them on Friday and argue the point and win it at the table rather than going through another round of discussion with health unit staff. You know, we are the ultimate responsibility in this pandemic, so it seems. Time and time again, the health unit has fobbed off what we think are decisions they should have made, and they've laid them at our doorstep to make. And I can't begin to recount the number of them, Mayor, but I'm sure you know the total of this. So perhaps it's time that our representatives took the case to them on behalf of not only the council, but the City of Brantford and its residents, and obtain satisfaction this Friday with respect to reciting this this clinic in a location which is appropriate and safe and completely accessible by car and bus for the residents of our city to whom we are responsible.
Thank you. Do we have speakers to the amendment? Mayor Davis.
Yeah, if I can just, Councillor Celeste is correct. The board is meeting this Friday. The decision was not made by the board. It was not reviewed by the board. And The next board meeting was actually scheduled for about 3 weeks from now. The board chair does have the power, as typical for most organizations, to call an emergency board meeting. And I made that request of him on Saturday morning when it became clear a decision had been made and that it was final. And so he's made arrangements for that meeting to take place Friday at 4:30. And I can tell Councillor McCreary that probably your amendment's redundant in that sense, because I've asked for that, supported by Councillor Schlesson Van Tilburg, because that's the position we'd like to advance at that table. But you're quite correct when you're asking about the numbers. We're 3 votes out of 9. There's 4 provincial appointees, 2 county representatives, and 3 city representatives. So that's what we intend to do.
Thank you. Councillor Vanderstel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Talk about a controversial topic, eh? Yeah. So I was going to bring a similar amendment forward. I would withdraw that and support Councillor McCreary's amendment. What I'm concerned about is that we have had to take that leadership role with regard to unfinished business from the health unit, with masks, with needles, and now with this. My concern is if we do not show strong direction now as a council in our preferences for where this should occur, based on the amount of feedback we have got, every single one of us, I bet, have got from our people. If we don't show distinct and strong leadership in this area, my question is, what do we have to deal with next? I look around this table, I do not see anyone trained as far as extensive training in human health sciences. I don't see, outside of our inclusion of 3 people on the board, our influence over that arm's length organization is decidedly weak. But these are defining moments for us. This is when we decide how we stand up in the face of a insensitive and tone-deaf decision. What I would like to do is make sure that we send a clear message to the health unit that another building is preferable, and that we make that building available, and that we follow through on this decision-making process. And if they can't seem to accommodate the elderly and the infirm, that we take the appropriate action.
Thank you. Councillor Van Tilburg.
Happy to support the amendment. I don't feel it's redundant. I feel that's going to make us more effective. A little bit of strength and solidarity from the council, as we've heard from our community, to take this forward. It just makes me feel more comfortable knowing that there are 10 others supporting us as we go into that room. I'm looking at going by the notes of our CAO, where they had a list in the top 3 was Wayne Gretzky, and Civic Center. I mean, I think those are some pretty obvious ones for us. And I'm looking forward to seeing some sort of door opening on this subject at the board in order to meet the needs of the community, as the community has spoken to us regarding their needs. So thank you for putting this amendment on the floor. Yes, we were doing it anyways, but this is also a good record for us to have and to follow. With regards to this thing, I mean, I guess we'll be reporting back to you when we come to council regarding this resolution. So let's get her done.
Thank you. Councillor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a request for our councillors that are part of the board. When you bring that resolution forward, could you ask for a recorded vote and bring all the information of how that meeting went, the minutes, draft minutes, if we could? I think the public really deserves to see, how the board functions. So if we could do that, I would appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Weaver. Councillor Carpenter.
So I wonder if it'd be friendly to add to this resolution that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to our MPP, Will Boma. I see the thumbs up, so I would like to
The
make sure.
thumbs
that-
up from the mover, so that's friendly. And the seconder, thank you. Okay, Councilor McCurry.
Well, Mr. Chair, thank you very much. Well, a comment by another councillor just brought something to mind. Is the health unit meeting would be conducted by Zoom, is that correct?
Yes.
And it's a public meeting, is that correct?
Yes.
I wonder if the members of that city delegation could provide members of council with the Zoom link to the meeting so that we could all watch. And perhaps members of the public might like to see it too.
Sounds like a good suggestion, Councilor McCurry. Councilor Sluss.
Yes, I think what as a board member, what I can do is I can contact Miss Lorraine Johnson, who's the kind of the secretary to the board, to ask that link be distributed to members of council. I don't think there's anything in our meeting guidelines or policies that members of the public can certainly make delegation. So I don't see there being a problem in doing that.
Wonderful. Councilor Sluss, can you let us know what time the meeting is scheduled for? Sorry, you were muted.
4:30 on Friday.
Thank you. And just to comment, I think this is a good amendment. It gives the members that we have that are on the health unit, 3 strong members on that committee, the ability to say that their entire council is behind them with this once this passes. And I think that gives a little more weight behind them and will allow them to argue more vociferously than the need to change this. And I wish them well on Friday. I think we need to make some changes here. So with that, we'll call the question on the amendment.
The amendment to item 7.9 carries unanimously on recorded votes. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows. Councillors Vanderstelt, Sluss, Marn, and Toski, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Thank you. The unanimous support for that gives extra weight to the 3 delegates on the health unit. Now, are there any further questions on this motion as amended? Councillor Vanderstelt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you aware, Mr. Chair, that while this topic was being spoken of, our viewership on YouTube went from 10 to 16 people?
I was not aware of that. Thank you for that update. Councillor Utley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I think the One Market Square might be convenient for the health unit and those who dispense the vaccines, it certainly is not convenient for seniors and those with mobility issues. The other thing, we're in the middle of winter. The weather's not the greatest. And I believe that the Dalhousie Street access you have to go up or downstairs to get to the lower level and the upper level or the main floor. So I believe the only access that's convenient for seniors and those with mobility issues is off of Dalhousie. And that's right, right at a crossing. So it's very, very inconvenient to drop anyone off at that location. So there's that, and also like to recognize Councillor Weaver, who did most of the heavy lifting with this resolution. So thank you, Councillor, and I hope we all get behind this. Thank you.
Seeing no further comments, we'll vote on the motion as amended.
Through the chair, just waiting for Councillor Carpenter.
Register me in the affirmative.
Item 7.9 as amended carries unanimously on a recorded vote. Members of the committee voting in favor are as follows. Councillors Vanderstelt, Sless, and Toski, Wall, Weaver, Utley, McCreary, Carpenter, Van Tilburg, and Mayor Davis.
Thank you. That brings us to notices of motion. We have one. Councillor Vanderstelt, if you could read the title of your notice of motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You've done a fine job after 3 years. Well done, sir. Title, water wastewater billing, 11 Sturton Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the end of the business on our agenda. So we'll declare this meeting adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.